Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order for the Albany City Council meeting for May 18th, 2026. Vice Mayor Hansel Romero, will you please read the land acknowledgement?
Yes. The City of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of Lejeune. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home.
Thank you. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Councilmember Mickey,
Here.
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero,
Here.
Mayor McQuaid,
Here.
and Councilmember Jordan is absent.
Thank you. We will be going into closed session. Let me also let you know that we will be in closed session with the regular meeting beginning at 7. You are welcome to hang out, but we will be not in the room. Closed session item 2-1, public employee performance evaluation, Government Code Section 54957, public employee Nicole Almaguer, city manager, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, city negotiator Mayor Peggy McQuaid, unrepresented employee city manager Nicole Almaguer. Is there any public comment on this item? Anything online?
No online commenters.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we will adjourn to closed session. Good evening, and welcome back to the Albany City Council meeting for May 18th, 2026. As we're starting this evening, I have two mayor statements to read. Governor Gavin Newsom announced in the May revised budget that the state will provide $125 million through Prop 4 to support the acquisition of the former Golden Gate Fields property in Albany and Berkeley. This property will be purchased by the Trust for Public Land and transferred to the East Bay Regional Park District, which will serve as the long-term owner and steward of the site. This marks another important, though not final, step toward the purchase of the land and the creation of a new regional park with shoreline open space. The City of Albany continues to work with our regional partners to ensure community voices are reflected through a robust planning process. We also recognize the concerns many residents have raised regarding potential revenue losses and will continue pursuing replacement revenue opportunities. Today, two young gunmen opened fire at the Islamic Center of San Diego. While not all the details surrounding this attack are yet known, we stand in solidarity with our Muslim sisters and brothers as they mourn those killed, injured, and traumatized by this violence. The apparent suicide of the shooters adds another layer of tragedy, that individuals so young could carry so much hatred in their hearts. Violence and hatred have no place in our society. We must continue to commit ourselves to building stronger communities grounded in peace, respect, understanding, and compassion. We will adjourn tonight's meeting with a moment of silence for the victims and all victims of violence. That brings us to item number 3, report on action taken in closed session. There was no reportable action. Brings us to ceremonial matters. 4-1, proclamation in recognition of National Emergency Services Week and Emergency Medical Services for Children's Day. I'm thrilled to introduce Albany's new fire chief, Tim Smizer. Chief Smizer has served the Albany Fire Department with distinction for more than 21 years. Chief Smizer, would you please meet me at the podium? City of Albany proclamation. In recognition of National Emergency Medical Services Week and Emergency Medical Services for Children Day, May 22nd to 23rd, 2026, and May 20th, 2026. Whereas the City of Albany, California, recognizes the critical role of emergency medical services, EMS, in safeguarding the health and well-being of our community, and whereas the dedicated paramedics of the Albany Fire Department provide exemplary emergency medical care and ambulance transportation to the citizens and visitors of Albany, and whereas the Albany Fire Department personnel are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, emergency nurses, emergency physicians, and others. And whereas the members of the emergency medical services team, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and accomplishments of emergency medical service providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Albany City Council does hereby recognize the week of May 17th to 23rd, 2026 as National Emergency Medical Services Week with the theme, We Care for Everyone, including the designation of May 20th, 2026 as Emergency Medical Services for Children Day, and encourages all Albany residents to recognize and honor the dedication of those who provide day-to-day life-saving services in our community. Dated May 18th, 2026, Peggy McQuaid, Mayor. There you go. Congratulations.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor McQuaid, thank you very much. Mayor McQuaid, Albany City Council, thank you very much for that meaningful proclamation recognizing National Emergency Medical Services Week and EMS for Children Day. On behalf of every member of the Albany Fire Department, I'm truly grateful. Our paramedics, firefighters, and support staff live the theme, we care for everyone, every single day. Whether it's a cardiac arrest on a busy street, a child in respiratory distress, or a neighbor who just needs reassurance, our crews are ready 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to deliver compassionate, high-quality care. This recognition means a lot to our team. It reminds us that the community we serve sees and values the work that we do. I want to thank our dedicated paramedics and firefighters for their professionalism, their skill, and especially their heart. We accept this proclamation with pride and renewed commitment. We will continue to train, prepare, and show up ready to care for everyone in Albany. Thank you again, Mayor McQuaid and Council, for your ongoing support of the Albany Fire Department and our Emergency Medical Services Department. This is my first address as new chief. So as well, I'd like to thank the Albany City Council. My name is Tim Smizer. I was the chief as of May 8th, and so this is my first council meeting. I know all of you, and I'm super excited to work with all of you. Like I said, I've been with Albany for 22 years. Albany is a very special place to all of us, and especially to me. I pledge to work every single day to make Albany safer and more resilient. I'm humbled by the profound responsibility that comes with this role, protecting our residents, supporting our firefighters, and strengthening our entire community. I'm excited to get to work alongside our outstanding city staff across all departments who serve in Albany every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief, and welcome once again. That brings us to the City Manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. Reporting on the winds that came in quite strongly. We've had quite a few limb failures on some of our larger trees. 8 trees have been impacted throughout the city thus far. 3 of those will likely need emergency removals, and we're continuing to monitor on an ongoing basis with regard to any other safety concerns. Appreciation to our public works staff who worked over the evening hours late in regard to helping maintain the safety of the trees. Also, a reminder that June primary election is forthcoming on Tuesday, June 2nd. Every registered voter has been mailed a vote-by-mail ballot to cast their vote. We have the ballot drop box right here in the back of City Hall facility, which is accessible 24 hours a day. You can also drop off your ballot at a drop stop event by the County Registrar of Voters. The location for those are Albany Senior Center from Thursday, May 28th from 10 a.m. to 4:30. And you can also cast your vote at Alameda County Accessible Vote Center. They will be in Albany on May 30th through June 2nd at the Community Center and at Veterans Memorial Building in Memorial Park. For additional information on the election, please visit acvote.alamedacountyca.gov. We have a safety expo underway in planning for the date of June 2nd, Saturday, June 2nd, from 9:30 to 11:30 at our community center. This will provide informational resources on community preparedness with regard to presentations by the Fire Department, Police Department, Albany CERT Inc., American Red Cross, PG&E, and other departments and organizations. The textile collection by Waste Management the week of April 13th went really well. We had 463 locations participate, including 2 multifamily locations. 669 bags weighing 3.54 tons were collected to be sorted for reuse and fiber recycling. 2 more textile collections are scheduled for the year for the weeks of July 13th and October 12th, and information will be forthcoming through the mail from Waste Management. We also had the first Community Wildfire Resilience Workshop on May 9th. We had about 20 participants coming from Albany and El Cerrito communities to learn more about Albany Hill, wildlife resilience, and associated native plant species. Movie in the Park was another great success. We had more than 200 community members join for this special evening under the stars, watching The Greatest Showman on the big screen. We're looking forward to holding more of those and possibly one inside in the cold weather months for another community outing. Reminder that the parcel tax exemption and rebate, renter rebate application assistance is ongoing. Last Thursday on May 14th, the city hosted a assistance workshop at the senior center, and we helped 31 households with information about those exemption programs. It's not too late to apply. There are 6 separate City of Albany parcel taxes. An exemption is available for income-eligible homeowners for all 6 taxes, and a rebate is available for income-eligible renters for 5 of the 6 taxes. Applications are accepted year-round, and you can learn more about the program and download the application on our website, albanyca.gov/exemptions, or also pick up a physical application at the community center or senior center. The compost giveaway was another successful event. We gave away over 1,000 bags of compost, and especially wanted to recognize Public Works maintenance crew for showing up at dawn on a Saturday to unload the truck and then provide the compost to all attendees. And that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any council questions or comments? Are there any public questions? Anyone online?
No one online.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. That brings us to good of the city public comment. This is a time for persons desiring to address the city council on an item that is not on the agenda. Please note city policy limits each speaker to up to 3 minutes. The mayor may reduce the time limit per speaker depending upon the number of speakers. The Brown Act limits the council's ability to take and/or discuss items that are not on the agenda. Therefore, such items may be referred to staff for comment or to a future agenda. Comments related to items appearing on the agenda are taken up at the time the city council deliberates each action item. The mayor will announce when the period for public comment is open on each agenda item. We'll do public comment in the room first.
Ann Marks, then Stephen Alpert, then Brennan Cox. You can go ahead and line up at the podium.
Good evening. Ann Marks. I'm a government affairs representative with PG&E, and so I'm new in this role and just wanted to introduce myself and say hello. I look forward to working with you. It being PG&E and being a new season, and you having a new fire chief, I feel obligated to mention that we are in the midst of graduation season. I love it when people graduate. I got a great gift once. It was a backpack, like a hiking backpack. That's a great gift. Terrible gift, Mylar balloons. We just had an outage this past weekend. This wind has been crazy, and it's very easy to lose these Mylar balloons. And so we actually had an outage where in this county where a Mylar balloon took out a line. So try to keep away from those. And that is all you're going to hear from me tonight. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Stephen Alpert. Council members and many watching remotely know that for the past 2 years, my wife and I have asked the city to justify, while it follows only the minimum state mandate of notifying those within 300 feet of proposed new construction by postcards mailed but 10 days before our first planning and zoning hearing. As documented, other California cities have increased public notice to 500 and or 1,000 feet with alerts mailed 15 days before a first hearing. Moreover, Albany does not require posting signs at the construction site detailing the proposed project. The usual, alerting only those within 300 feet allows the Planning and Zoning Commission to propose, and the council then push through new projects, no matter how inappropriate, with minimal awareness and input from the community. Such was the case for the oversized 5-story mixed commercial residential modern box proposed for 1600 Solano Avenue. Only 73 properties were alerted about this project, which is neither functionally appropriate nor harmonious with its surroundings, in total violation of Albany's Planning and Zoning mission statement displayed here. Density bonus allowed for the building's increased height, no setback, and no resident parking. Nonetheless, in 2022, the Planning and Zoning Commission and the council had the responsibility to guide the submitted plans toward greater compatibility with the neighborhood, the neighboring Craftsman-era structures, and clearly failed to do so. Despite overwhelming community opposition, legal issues raised by former Mayor Chisti, and many calls for continuance, both the Planning and Zoning Commission and the council pushed through this controversial project during a single session, whereas state law 330 allows for up to 5 meetings to review new projects. There is no legal reason preventing Albany from expanding public notification for new construction. The city attorney last addressed this issue on May 20th, 2024, asserting merely that the Albany adheres to the minimum state mandate. Subsequently, no city official has explained why alerting only those within 300 feet for all new construction just 10 days before first hearing is appropriate. And successive councils have refused to submit 300 feet notice as a meeting agenda item to allow for extended, in-depth public discussion. What are the underlying reasons that this council and other councils refuse to address 300 feet notification? Why is this topic evidently a third rail that can't be touched? Your constituents deserve to hear compelling and persuasive arguments and rationale why Albany should continue to adhere to the 300 feet minimum state mandate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening, members of the council and Mayor McQuaid. My name is Brennan Cox. I might be infamous or famous for the blue pipes along the Ohlone Greenway. My firm, Groundworks Office, has been involved with Albany for several years. We're still working with you guys on the Parks Master, or revision of the Parks Master Plan. But I come to you tonight for a slightly different reason. And I will admit I am a citizen of Berkeley, but this is for something that I think is, and something that you mentioned just this with regards to Golden Gate Fields. And I've typed it out because I don't really want to miss too much here. I'm here to advocate for 2 ideas that I believe are being overlooked in the process as we begin to hand Golden Gate Fields over to the East Bay Regional Park District. First, the site needs to become a park. No one's debating that. But it needs to be an economic engine that helps support Albany in the future. And second, we should seriously consider the adaptive reuse before demolishing everything on the site. As you may know, as you heard in the news, the Golden Gate Fields, it represents one of our more important public landscape opportunities along the East Bay that we will see in our lifetime. But it also represents a major fiscal challenge for Albany. As the racetrack closes, the city stands to lose significant source of longstanding tax revenue. This is nothing new to you. That reality alone should push us to think more broadly about what a site can become. I might have to ask for more time, but right now, I'm concerned that the process is moving too quickly and a narrowed vision for the park before we fully understand the long-term potential. I have no doubt there will be a massive and important public process, but I think we are getting there with a first flawed step. As part of the land acquisition, the transfer process of the site moving forward calls for the demolition and removal of all vertical structures before the public has had an opportunity to fully explore what those buildings and structure might support in the future. I'm not here talking about just the grandstand. Now, on to my second point. I believe this site could support tournament-level recreation, among other many kinds of recreation, which I'm sure will be discussed as the community process goes. It's already happening at Tom Bates. Golden Gate Fields it represents one of the few sites large enough, flat enough, and accessible enough to support a regional destination. At the same time, the grandstand and existing structures on the site could potentially support recreation, community spaces, restaurants, environmental education, maintenance operations, cultural programming, and long-term park stewardship.
Thank you for your comments. I do need to stop you as there's other commenters. Thank
I
you.
ask for some time from my son, his 3 minutes.
He can have 3 minutes, but you're not really ceding your time to him. He needs to come up and speak for himself.
Okay.
You also can email us. We would love to hear, seriously,
I
we
really
would love to hear
appreciate
your
it.
comments.
I don't want the seriousness of the levity that we have with this project, and I think we really should be asking some very serious questions.
Thank you. Please do email us. We'd love to see it. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dina Marie. I'm a board member of the Casa de Solano HOA, which we have a unit or a building on the corner of Solano and Stanage Avenue. I'm calling here to address and to call into question the rationale behind the new city code for earthquake retrofitting. We had a very heavy or thorough retrofit done on our building in 2001. It met the City of Albany's code at the time. We have been very, very pleased with the retrofit. It has really stabilized our building. With the new city code, we have paid so far $6,000 for architectural and structural engineer drafts of what would be needed to be done, and we are seeking bids, and some of these bids are coming in upwards of $1 million for the new retrofit. And we are a building of only 12 units, only one of which is a rental unit. The other 11 units are owner-occupied, and the vast majority of these owner-occupied units are occupied by senior citizens on fixed income, people who are teachers, such as myself, living on a teacher salary, and we are single teachers, so there's no secondary income coming into us. Many of us are on the PG&E CARE program for reduced cost of utilities because of our income limitations. So this $1 million retrofit is going to absolutely destabilize us in every single way. It would put us in financial debt for decades to come. It is currently inhibiting our ability to sell units in the building because potential buyers are looking at this pending assessment and saying, whoa, we don't want this property. So we're having units sit on the market for months and months. So we are questioning the rationale behind why this new code even came into existence, because it's not like global warming is affecting earthquakes or earthquake nature has changed over the last 1,000 years. An earthquake is going to be an earthquake. So the fact that there's now this new code as if a new retrofit is going to change how the earthquake impacts our building, we just don't understand the rationale behind that. But what the true reality of this is that an earthquake may or may not happen, a retrofit may or may not help us, but the earthquake code to do the retrofit will absolutely destroy us as a community and as a financial sound being, and the financial soundness of our future and the stability of our home life there. So we are going to seek ways to contradict or have us be protected from this earthquake code, and we're going to also fight for other buildings in the community so that they don't have to go through this as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
One online commenter. Go ahead, Jean.
Excuse me. Hi, my name's Jean Wu, and I'm with the Albany Climate Action Coalition, and I'm here to talk a little bit about resilience hubs, which I know there's a special committee now that's dealing with resilience hubs. I would really like to see it on the agenda, what is happening with resilience hubs in Albany. One thing that I thought was very important about the discussant who talked about Golden Gate Fields is that the ability of Golden Gate Fields to act as a tax positive rather than a tax negative is going to be important for the future of Albany. And that large building could be converted into a number of things, some of which may include restaurants or theaters or, in my opinion, very usefully, a climate science education center. So we don't have anything in this neighborhood that helps people understand what's going on in the waters outside the bay or swamplands or on the hill. And we could have a really active climate science center, which would help a lot of people understand why it's so important. The other thing that's very helpful about this is that there's a large parking lot. And a large parking lot can translate into a large solar array. Between the building and the parking lot, you could easily get 2 to 4 megawatts of solar, install batteries, install rapid chargers or DC fast chargers or just regular chargers, and have a site where people coming to Albany can park, enjoy themselves at the location, and also go to the nature reserve and also go to the Climate Science Center and charge their electric vehicles. These are potential uses for this area that do not involve just a natural park, but I think that the Golden Gate Fields is large enough that it could easily hold both a very viable nature center, natural area, and an educational center or theater or even a science hub. So plus the parking, the EV charging, and the solar and the battery array would also make it possible to turn this into a resilience hub. And a resilience hub of that size could support a very large percentage of the population of Albany should there be a major earthquake, a large fire, or other disaster. So that would be my recommendation, and I would like to see something on the city council agenda that talks about what's going on, A, in resilience hubs, and B, at Golden Gate Fields. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is that it?
No further commenters.
Thank you. Is there any response to any items raised? Okay, that brings us to consent calendar. Consent calendar items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. By approval of consent calendar, the staff recommendations will be adopted unless otherwise modified by the City Council. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or a member of the audience requests removal of the items from the consent calendar. Any member of council wish to pull an item? Do we have anything from the public?
If you wish to pull an item, you can select the raise your hand button.
Anyone in the audience?
No online.
Okay, with that, I'll look for a motion to approve.
I move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Lopez,
Yep.
Councilmember Mickey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero,
Yes.
Mayor McQuaid,
Yes,
and Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
thank you. And that brings us to item 8-1, automatic license plate reader, ALPR program, update privacy protection successes and program evaluations. May we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and members of the public. Greg Galliano, the Albany Police Department, your Chief of Police. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to share with you our automated license plate reader system program. It is, I'm happy to be here to talk with you and discuss it and share our ongoing assessment as well as our intended path forward, given that the contract is set to come to its term. Nationwide law enforcement and the communities we've served, as you all know, are navigating concerns around privacy and legal compliance for policing technology in general. And it is important, given this, that us in law enforcement ensure that our technology is grounded in transparency, governance, and effectiveness. Tonight, I intend to highlight how our current use of the LPR system falls under these three tenets, our plans to continually assess and improve with regard to these tenets. Really quickly, if I could just start by sharing a few points on what our ALPR system is and is not, just for some background. In May of 2024, the ALPR system was implemented here in the City of Albany. The ALPR system are cameras attached to fixed poles which capture still images of license plates that drive on public streets with view of only areas accessible by the public. These still images are checked against law enforcement hot lists. These video cameras do not have any continuous video and are not operated to provide general surveillance of a given location. They also operate with a 30-day auto deletion, unless the evidence has to be preserved in relation to a criminal or civil matter. And currently, the ALPR cameras, we are contracted with Flock Safety, and the term of that contract is set to expire, so the police department has been assessing this program and this contract. What the ALPR system does, just for some overview, from an operational standpoint, the ALPR system is one of many tools that the Albany Police Department uses to help officers make safer and more informed decisions. In some situations, relying on timely information allows the officers to coordinate a safer and more effective response to avoid any high-risk or unnecessary high-risk actions. For example, knowing that a vehicle is linked to a violent crime or may have armed individuals on board allows officers to slow down the pace, plan tactics, and resolve an incident safer, ideally resulting in fewer pursuits and better outcomes. The system also allows officers, after a crime has occurred, to conduct an investigation on crimes that may otherwise go unsolved or take much longer to solve, such as crimes involving stolen vehicles, robberies, hit and runs, and burglaries, to name a few. The system is also used in assisting in locating missing persons or vehicles that may be tagged to any ongoing threats. Just a high-level overview, as included in the staff report, some of the legal safeguards and policy safeguards associated with automated license plate programs. Here in the state of California, we operate under Senate Bill 34, which is California's ALPR-specific law, which governs access, auditing, data sharing, retention, and security requirements. It also requires a publicly available policy regarding the ALPR system and its use. Also, SB 54, which is California's Value Act, which explicitly prohibits the use of ALPR or any department resource or technology for that matter for any type of federal civil immigration enforcement or identifying individuals on immigration status. The City of Albany, as you know, operates as a sanctuary city and has its own policy along those lines. Albany Police Department 413 covers the City of Albany's sanctuary city status and designation. California has a variety of other laws which further restrict the actual use of any law enforcement technology or information system. These are known regularly as CORI, or the Criminal Offender Records and Information Act. Law enforcement can only access a system if they have a legal right to know the information that they're querying and a legal need to know. Staff may not use any technology system, including ALPR, without clearly authorized investigative or public safety purposes. The same is true for what is known as the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System Regulations, or CLETS. This regulates that officers have to independently verify that a vehicle which may be stopped or detained in response to an ALPR hit, that the information is accurate prior to stop and not to rely on a hit alone. Further, there's the the Criminal Justice and Information Services requirements. These are federal standards which require that the security infrastructure itself has to be secure. Our current vendor, Flock Safety, operates on a CJIS, the California Justice Information Services compliant infrastructure with encrypted storage and end-to-end data protection. Finally, the Albany Police Department policy 424, which is publicly available on our website, further regulates what an officer can and can't do with the automated license plate reader system. This policy codifies the above and restricts the access of the system to legitimate law enforcement purposes, restricts system administration to command-level personnel under my direction, requires documented purposes for each search, mandates a supervisory audit and review, and prohibits the sale or unauthorized sharing of ALPR data. Finally, each search in the system is tied to an identifiable user and and logged automatically for audit purposes and accountability purposes. Privacy and data sharing with regard to SB 34 and 54 only allows law enforcement to share with other law enforcement agencies. During the inception of the ALPR program in May of 2024, staff ensured that the system was only allowed, that the only California law enforcement agencies could access data related to Albany's ALPR system. They never activated what was known as a nationwide search, which would allow law enforcement from throughout the nation to search and query a system. That function was never enabled at the beginning. Rather, staff went the opposite direction and started with only authorizing law enforcement agencies from the inception. Only the Albany Police Department can allow or revoke a partner, another law enforcement agency's access at any time through the back end of the system. This information can be found on our public transparency website, which shows only the California law enforcement agencies that have access via our current vendor. In the staff report, we included several real results, as data can only go so far. This includes a hit and run that was solved with an arrest in approximately 8 hours, an armed robbery that may have gone otherwise unsolved, a residential burglary where an arrest was made within 24 hours, which allowed evidence to be promptly recovered, and multiple commercial burglaries that were seemingly unrelated, and because of the ALPR system, were able to be linked as one suspect. From this, understanding that our contract is coming to an end, we've been doing a thorough assessment of the current ALPR program to determine what our next steps should be with knowing that a contract renewal would be required. With our current analysis, we assessed each camera to see how functionally effective it was. In that, we checked its logged data and found that approximately 1/3 of the cameras had produced little to no hits, or a hit meaning a vehicle that passed through was in some way, shape, or form flagged or wanted. Because of this, with any future iterations of the program, we would be removing approximately 1/3 of our cameras. We're also assessing options to increase transparency and to ensure that we can add added transparency for public displays to show more information and make that accessible to our public. We're evaluating different legal standards with regard to privacy requirements on how we can make that information publicly available. Staff has been conducting routine audits and has confirmed that the Albany Police Department's usage of the system is in compliance with our policy. With a part of that assessment is to ensure that this policy itself is made available to the Public Safety, City Council's Public Safety Committee for input and recommendations to any future changes or iterations of the program. Our intended next steps are to continue this evaluation and present the results of an evaluation and a bid process to Council's Public Safety Committee at a later date and receive recommendations and evaluations from that session. Once we have engaged with that, we would return to council with a recommended, if we are recommending a contract to renew the ALPR program and the justification for whatever vendor that may be.
Thank you very much. Are there, are there questions from council?
Thank you for the presentation. Are there other vendors of these systems out there currently?
Thank you for the question, sir. Yes, there are other vendors of the system. We have been in conversation with one of those vendors to solicit an early bid. We will reach out to other vendors of the system, and we'll make our analysis a part of our future presentation.
If a different system was used, how would it affect the operational utility of the system? Because scale seems to be part of the advantage.
Yeah, that is a good question. We will evaluate, so with our three tenets of how we're evaluating technology here at the police department: transparency, governance, and effectiveness. Effectiveness being obviously a very important factor in assessing all of the vendors to ensure that whatever we bring forward would be effective. That would include assessing what vendors the region is using. Large effectiveness for an ALPR program is the scale of other law enforcement partners who are using it in the area. So that will be a part of the assessment of which other agencies are using which vendors.
Thank you. How is you mentioned if a vehicle with a license plate that's on a list comes up, that there's a requirement to do confirmation. How is the confirmation carried out?
That is a good question. It can vary based on the type of hit that the officer is receiving. For example, if the officer is receiving information that the vehicle is a stolen vehicle through what's known as SVS, or the Stolen Vehicle System, a law enforcement database for vehicles that have been reported stolen, the first line of defense is the officers will be notified that the vehicle has passed through a specific intersection along with a picture of the license plate. And the officers can independently review that photo to make sure it matches the stolen vehicle record as a part of the stolen vehicle system prior to conducting a stop. And then, of course, once the officers actually encounter the vehicle, verify that it matches the information in the stolen vehicle system, like make, model, color of the vehicle.
Great, thanks. That's what I was hoping, that they would review the photo themselves. How does Albany audit use of its data by outside agencies, or does it audit use of its data by outside agencies?
Yeah, that is a good question, and a part of our ongoing assessment to take a hard look at and see how we can access that data and then make it publicly available to see what outside agencies, what use looks like. I can tell you that on our transparency website, we do limit to obviously California agencies to ensure that there are no outside agency uses. The data sets that are stored in the back-end system are large, to say the least. And in general, our audit is going to be to ensure that only California systems are making use of it.
Okay, so that's the extent of the audit, is to make sure it's a California agency that's using it, as opposed to what that agency, going into each of the reasons that they use the system.
Given the large scale of the data set, it would be extremely difficult to go into that level of detail. However, our current vendor, if we were to continue with them, is changing the back end of that system to ensure that the use in individual use of the system will require whoever is searching it to log the law or the crime code that they're investigating, so that will be more readily accessible and viewable in future audit results.
Thank you. Do the other agencies that have access, do they have a public audit log for their searches? Is that generally required by the system, or is that optional? In other words, if we can't audit all the agencies that are using our data, but if those communities want to look at what their agencies are doing, they would be able to see that.
Yeah, very good question. Most agencies that we're familiar with use the public audit tool that we have on our website for the ALPR system.
Thank you. There's various information I've run across, and some of it from people sending comments, which I appreciate, that the current contract may provide the current vendor authority to make Albany's data available to other agencies under certain circumstances without Albany having to provide permission. I don't know if that's the case with our contract or not. That might be a city attorney question. I don't know.
I couldn't speak to the current contract. If you do decide to renew, we can add additional provisions to protect the city.
Thank you. Those are my questions for the moment. Thank you, Mayor.
I have a few. I think to sort of follow up on Councilmember Jordan, we did receive emails, and it's always great to get emails, that Flock has changed their terms of agreement. Are you familiar with any of that? Is that true, or?
I'm not familiar with any change. Our contract has remained unchanged since it was signed in 2024.
So to go back to another agency, if they were to, I'm going to say, look at our data, for lack of a better term, and if it were someone who maybe didn't hold our values and was sharing with a third party, would we ever know that? Is that even possible to do?
So that would be, it's a tough question to answer. Nobody could share our data for the system absent our approval to access our data. Unless you're one of the agencies that is listed on our website, you would not be able to share the access or to query a license plate that would search our cameras absent us approving you to do so. The question of bad actors throughout the United States misusing law enforcement technologies has been going on for longer than ALPR systems have existed. And it's why it's so important for law enforcement leaders such as myself to be very transparent when that happens and to ensure that we hold our employees accountable, which we would do so if the Albany Police Department becomes aware of that.
Thank you. And my last question is there any data on any errors that have resulted in the wrong car being stopped at a future time, or just reading it, or?
I am not familiar with Flock or our current vendor maintaining any data like that.
Okay, that's all I have. Okay, we'll move to public comment. May I see how many folks in the audience want to speak on this item? And how many online?
Currently, there's 3.
I'm sorry, will you raise your hands again? 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're going to go 2 minutes tonight. Again, try not to repeat what other people have said. You can simply say that you agree and make any new points. Would you like to read 3 names, and as your name is called, you can line up at the podium, and we'll do it in the room first.
Blair, Susan, and Tamiko.
Okay, ready? My name is Blair Alexander. I've lived in Albany since 1998. I am a retired law enforcement officer with 30 years in the county. I'd like to speak in support of renewing the automated license system for a variety of different reasons, and I sent a lengthy email. Hopefully you get a chance to look at it, so I'll keep this as brief as I can. Your chief is doing an excellent job. That policy is eye-wateringly detailed and does everything possible to try to, maintain the integrity of the data. But I will say that license plate readers are a deterrent. Crooks, and I say this from doing this job for 30 years, crooks know what departments have the technology. and they will go after low-hanging fruit. And you have Oakland has license plate readers, Berkeley, Kensington, San Francisco. Don't let Albany be the one that is the easy one to rob or to steal from. That's the first thing. Secondly, it's such a fantastic investigative tool. In-progress crimes or just occurred crimes, the data that comes up allows police officers to track down vehicles that are involved in the crime and perhaps, as the chief was saying, safely arrest them. This is so much better than when I came on, where you just get a description from a distraught victim and you'd have to try to stop a car that matched the description. And guess how many times it wasn't the right car? And guess how mad the people were when you finally dusted them off and let them go? And guess how many lawsuits came out of that kind of thing? A lot. So there's that. And then there's the ongoing investigations that he talks about. It's a huge deal. I think that we want to have these systems. And I respect the privacy aspects of it, but I will say that I think that the city of Tucson wish they had license plate readers. Maybe Savannah Guthrie's mom would be recovered by now. I guess that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Susan. I've lived in Albany for 29 years now. I'm a recently retired, very exciting, PhD, worked at UC Berkeley. But I wanted to come talk with you tonight because I have really deep concern about any kind of Albany's use of the ALPR technology. And just as an example, the 6 square block around my house, there's 9 flock cameras, 9. So I think this is a perfect example of the mass surveillance network that we currently are living under. And this has never been seen before in the United States, this kind of surveillance of just general public with warrantless surveillance. The ACLU says that the problem with mass surveillance is that it always expands beyond what was initially justified its use of. And we're observing this right now with the use of flock camera data. For example, women who are seeking abortions in states that don't allow abortions have been surveyed with flock cameras. They've been used to spy on children's gymnastic classes. They've been used by police to stalk ex-partners, ex-wives' partners, and they also share the data with DHS and ICE. We cannot accept this naive justification that the system is helping to catch, quote, bad guys. That long-term arrest data shows no increase in arrests. I mean, we've heard about arrests that have been made, but are those arrests that were above and beyond what have been made by good police work anyways? And the thing is that local safeguards for flock data, we can put all these provisions in to keep it safe and everything, but flock does what they want. And in their contracts, it says that they don't own the data or that we don't own the data and they can share it. I'm proud that Albany is a sanctuary city. The text of the resolution says, undue enforcement of immigrant violations damage public trust and law enforcement and make our community less safe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tamiko. I'm an Albany resident. I do agree with everything Susan said. And walking up tonight, I noticed that our big sign outside the city hall says, Albany is sanctuary city. There's these posters right outside this door that say Albany is sanctuary city. This is our identity. This is what we're advertising. When people drive into our city, we're saying, you are safe here. We will take care of you. And we should have taken those signs down for the last 2 years that we've had flock. There's many, many well-documented examples of flock improperly sharing data, and we've been emailed, I'm sure, I don't need to repeat them for you. And the penalty is that flock pays a few $1,000s. They're a $300 million company, that's nothing to them. Flock was founded in 2017. They're less than 10 years old. This is new. We don't have to let them do this. So I know there's a suggestion to have the safety committee review this. I'm just asking that committee, please, make the world you want to see. We don't have to take this. We can have safety without surveillance. This is the time to implement it, and I think you all got onto the city council because you want to make the city a better place and you want to make the world a better place, and this is your opportunity. You have a real chance here to not take this from flock. I was at the El Cerrito City Council when they voted to cancel their flock contract. I drive in El Cerrito every day. And something that stuck out to me is they sent a flock PR person to the meeting to answer questions. And he was asked a very simple question. If you got a FISA request for information, would you comply? And he said, no, we would push back. We would send it back to the city. And he had to be asked multiple times before he finally said, like, yes, we would comply. These are not trustworthy people. These are not security experts. These are not law enforcement experts. These are tech company salespeople. Don't fall for it. Please listen to your community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Peter, and then David.
Okay, Peter Bernhardt. I also moved here in 1998, so I've been here a while. I think the chief presented a really good report, and he sort of alluded to some of the key benefits of this program and some of the lingering problems. I'm not here to debate the efficacy of ALPR technology and how it makes his job easier. I don't want to gainsay that. My problem is with the trade-off with our own privacy and how we feel safe ourselves in the community. Flock is a company that is not only doing ALPR, it's doing drones, it's doing face surveillance, it's doing AI, and it intends to use this data. It's vendor capture. That's another problem I have with this. We shouldn't be looking to vendors that are dispersed throughout the country. You want to make sure that this data is tightly controlled by the city, that it's released under strict guidance in accordance with the law. And Flock has shown time and again, they haven't the least concern about that. So I'm encouraged that you're going to be looking at alternatives to this. The DHS did a survey of the ALPR technology vendors out there. There's 16 of them when they did it. So there's certainly somebody there that I think can meet the requirements of this local community for license plate readers without sacrificing our privacy. The other thing I'd say is we're right currently now, I just did a look, I don't hang out on the transparency portal, believe me, but we share with 270 agencies in the state. So for a data guy, I mean, that there's a multiplier effect there. If you want to, you can't keep track of that. I mean, I've yet to see a network. There are two different logs. There's an org log, which the city publishes, and then there's this network log, which shows all the searches coming in. No one's seen those. So we have no idea what's going on there. El Cajon is not shared with. The right-wing sheriff of Riverside County, we don't share with him, and I think there's a good reason for that.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Are there more in the room?
I'm sorry?
Are there more in the room? That's fine. And David, did you want to speak? David, why don't you go ahead?
Well, thank you. This is the first I've actually learned about this. I've been kind of shocked at my own ignorance. But the chief, you referenced various staff reports and everything. Is that available online? Like, can I read that stuff and learn more about the content of what we're talking about here? That's available.
Online.
Okay. I mean, because I'd be curious to know, like, actually how many times it's been used in a way that's actually solved crimes or prevented crimes or intervened with crimes in the city of Albany. You know, I do have the concerns that some of the other speakers have about data security, privacy concerns, et cetera. I'm the son of a police officer from Minneapolis, Minnesota. So I'm grateful for the work that the police officers provide to the city, and I just want to learn more about this particular use of technology. Now, what is the role of the Public Safety Committee? Would those meetings be? I mean, I assume they're open to the public, but will there be an opportunity to have greater, in-depth discussion about this with them before it goes to the City Council for action?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay.
Hello, my name is Brian Fogg, and I'm a resident of El Cerrito. And I was involved in a small group that organized to lobby the City Council of El Cerrito to vote down their extension of the flock contract just a couple weeks ago. In my day job, I run a software consulting firm that specializes in network security, and we spend a lot of time talking about data sovereignty where data is stored and how it's managed safely. And it's unfortunate, this is a very complicated topic with Flock, but there is no technical way for them to guarantee the security of the data that they collect. And over the coming weeks and months, many people will come up here and explain to you all manner of ways that it's managed insecurely. And I mean, I only have 1 minute, so it's hard to really get into. But I just want to really state for the room that no matter what the Flock company tells you, or what you've read, or what anyone tells you, really, there's no technical way to keep the data securely only viewable by the people you want it to be viewed by. There's technical reasons, there's federal laws that, sort of change things. And the way that Flock also divulges who it's been shared with, there's a lot of problems with that too. There's a lot of independent reporting that's gone into how they manage their audit logs. The audit logs are not very well managed, unfortunately. There's a website called Footnote 4A, which I recommend everyone give a read. And with only 17 seconds left, just please do a little bit more research. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Daniel, and then Deborah.
Hi, my name's Daniel Chen. I've lived in Albany since 2011. And like many other concerned citizens of Albany, I'm deeply troubled by documented instances of bad actors within the law enforcement abusing the national ALPR system. In particular, a former Costa Mesa police officer recently pled guilty to using the Flock ALPR network to stalk his ex-girlfriend. According to Albany's own ALPR transparency dashboard, our city is currently an actively data sharing partner with the city of Costa Mesa. That means that our residents' our residents' location data was exposed to and potentially swept up in this criminal abuse of power. Furthermore, investigative journalism from 404 Media has revealed that ICE agents routinely bypass local sanctuary city policies by asking officers in friendly jurisdictions to run queries on the Flock network for immigrant enforcement. In light of these severe vulnerabilities, I urge the City Council to take the following actions to protect the privacy, security, and civil liberties of Albany residents. First, overhaul Albany Police Department Policy 424. Amend the policy to explicitly mandate that Albany's ALPR data cannot be pooled, aggregated, or shared with external agencies except through a strict City Council-approved allow list. The policy must also include mandatory independent auditing procedures and a strict contractual clause prohibiting any vendor from using Albany's data to train machine learning or AI models. Second, we have to implement proportionality metrics over hit rates. The staff report from Chief Galliano suggests evaluating the efficacy of ALPR cameras by tracking their hit rate. This metric completely ignores the surveillance burden placed on the community. If a camera captures 100,000 law-abiding residents to catch a single vehicle of interest, the collateral damage to privacy is fundamentally disproportionate. The city must evaluate the system based on its surveillance burden ratio, the number of innocent residents that are tracked per valid hit, rather than letting hardware optimization masquerade as a data limitation. Finally, we should restore community trust by having real transparency. While Albany does have a transparency portal, all of the data in it is redacted to the point where it cannot be used. As a professional data scientist, I've tried to figure out, are individual officers querying this data incorrectly, and so on. And it's just not possible. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deborah Perkins-Kalama, and like a lot of other people, I've been here since 1998 too. I've submitted a couple of letters. I think you guys know that a number of us have serious concerns about Flock. And one of the questions I wanted to ask was, there were a number of letters that were submitted to the council on the previous go-around. I just want to make sure those letters are still on the record. And in particular, I know there was an excellent letter by Cindy Greenleaf that should have been seen and paid attention to. So I would ask you to please look for the previous information letters that were submitted by your citizens a few weeks ago when you first were looking into talking about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Evelyn?
Hi. I agree with what folks have said around their concerns around flock. I've been a resident since 2004 in Albany. When we are more concerned about our things versus our neighbors in a time when when democracy is being dismantled, it's something that we have to look at. Albany has had a really strong track record. I remember being in this room celebrating kind of gay marriage, right? We have come out and protected and made proclamations in support of Indigenous communities. We are a sanctuary city, and so we have to make choices that really align with that. Flock, as you have heard, is really just concerned with amassing lots of data. And we've already heard examples across the country where they're using that data to persecute and to target vulnerable communities. Why risk that, right? Albany can be better. Albany is a place where we raised our children, where we believe that all residents have a right to be able to thrive and to be treat and to be safe. And so I urge the City Council to think about where we want to put our resources so that we can create communities that care for each other, that will protect each other, because around us, everywhere, democracy is falling apart, and we have to take a stand, and we can take a stand. We are able to do that in Albany, and I urge you all to do that.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the room? Okay, online, please.
Hi, my name is, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Radhika Gandechia, and I'm a citizen of Albany. And I'm here to add my voice to everyone who is telling you to please discontinue and stop all your contract with flock surveillance technology. There have been many, many reasons and data that is out there. I was there at El Cerrito when they voted against continuing flock as well. We would not be the only city doing this. I believe in our police department, and there has to be a better solution to public safety that is not at the stake of our vulnerable. I urge you not to take everything that these tech companies are telling you and assuring you. It's at the face level. There is no regulation, and regulation is biased. I mean, clearly we live in a time where the rules do not apply. There's no regulation. There's no rule that's going to protect our communities when data is requested and they are allowed to share data without having to share who they share our information with, especially with how ICE is going about everything. So that's really all I have to say. Please listen and do your due diligence. It would not make any sense to listen to a salesperson and not fact check them, not to assess them with an independent contract or audit, and take everything that they tell us at face value. That would be selling out our people. The proof is in the pudding. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Brian Martin. I wanted to add that at the March 2nd meeting, when the flock camera expansion was on the agenda, I sent a involved email that pointed out a number of things. And I would point out here that the Albany Police Department and city staff are trying to say that, oh, this is all going to be transparent and it's all going to be great and rosy. But on March 2, the city was going to keep every single flock camera and add, I don't know, dozens more, I forget how many, that were going to scan faces. And that was what was actually on the agenda. I do appreciate that in this staff report and the presentation, the city is actually planning on removing a bunch of cameras that are existing cameras that were not getting a lot of hits. That's a great thing to do, but why are they doing that? Well, is it because the public raised all these concerns, or is it because the city knew all along? Well, no, March 2nd, that was not on the agenda. The agenda was to expand the program to face scanners. So the city has lost a lot, unfortunately. The city has lost a lot of trust by the public, I believe. And also in my email back on March 2nd, I pointed out that El Cajon was on our list of people we were sharing, agencies we were sharing data with. And I pointed out that they have a big FU to the state laws and to everybody else in the state, saying that they are going to share everything with all the data that they get from every other agency as needed with federal agencies, ICE, whoever. And so if they're off the list now, why are they off the list? So one question is, what criteria are used to determine? So in the current staff report, police say that they would retain the authority to grant, limit, or remove data sharing access at any time for any partner agency, which it shares ALPR data. What criteria are used? That needs to be transparent. Which agencies are approved? As someone else mentioned, the city council should go through and approve that list if this service is going to continue. The city has, there are state laws and city policies. Early on, when I raised concerns, the city manager said that, oh, we have policies and state laws in place, and so everything's fine.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. This is Nick Peterson. I'm also a member of Albany Climate Action Coalition. And I have certain thoughts about this. First of all, our police department has a very hefty budget. So I'm kind of curious, is this camera installation costs part of their budget, or are they asking for additional funds in order to do this? If that latter is the case, I would say no, because they have quite a large budget. They are one of the, I think in Albany, when you look at it, we're paying quite a lot per citizen for our total police budget. So I would be a little happier if they were doing things that, or put some contributions of their budget towards things that were addressed towards climate change. Maybe a way to track vehicles that are gross polluters and get those off the street. Or maybe have vehicles themselves that weren't gross polluters, or at least not gas guzzling big SUVs. So I kind of feel as an Albanian going by our city hall and seeing 8 or 9 big Ford SUV vehicles that are no different from going anywhere else in America and finding the exact same vehicles in any other suburban town. And it doesn't seem to reflect what Albany's spirit is as far as addressing climate change and addressing individual liberties and not becoming a surveillance state. So I have some kind of, I know the police generally, city council gives them everything they want. I think we just gave them $100,000 for new tasers. And you know, we're a little city. We're just a square mile, 20,000 people. And we have this sort of gold-plated police department. So I'd just like to put in my voice of concern about how the money is spent and that it actually support the issues we're concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, this is Ken McCroskey-Waite, Albany resident for over 25 years. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I want to thank the police chief for coming up with and contributing to some great policies. I feel that if this were solely a matter of information within the city of Albany, we could find ways to deal with it and probably keep these cameras. But the inherent nature of the camera system is that the data is shared and that there are only so many ways the city can track with its limited staffing how that data is used. Many people have enumerated that tonight. In addition, there are terrorist laws on the books nationally that allow the government to have closed subpoenas that are never revealed that they can take to a company like Flock and demand the data. We've seen that the current administration is willing to use those kinds of tools indiscriminately, and I personally only expect the actions of this current administration to get worse before things get better. With that in mind, I would love to see other alternatives and support the investigation of other vendors and methods. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hey, good evening. I want to first commend the chief on putting together a very robust policy, and I have the total faith in the Albany Police Department to abide by those policies and not abuse this data. But I think it's an issue of proportionality, first in the vast scale and the number of agencies that we are sharing with, from the border of Mexico all the way up to Oregon. And as many other commenters have mentioned tonight, there is nothing stopping bad actors across thousands of other law enforcement members across hundreds of agencies from abusing this access and providing access and workarounds direct with either federal agencies or outside of state agencies for nefarious purposes. The other issue on proportionality is just the sheer saturation of flock cameras in Albany. Albany is 1.8 square miles, yet we have 35 cameras. When you translate that to cameras per square mile, that's almost 20 cameras per square mile. El Cerrito had 11, Berkeley has 5, Oakland was 5.3 cameras per square mile. It's substantially out of scale for a city with a low crime rate compared to those other cities. When you look at that per capita, the numbers become even more out of whack. So I'd really like the city council to look at, do we truly need to be the most surveyed state in the East, the most surveyed city in the East Bay? And do we truly need to be the city that shares with more agencies across the state with no checks and balances on who those other agencies are? Whereas Berkeley is sharing with about 35, Oakland with 50, with very robust systems for review and approval. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes. Hello, this is Lucinda Young, and I'm a longtime Albany resident. I want to say that I had in 2024, when the flock cameras were introduced, and I heard that presentation, I supported it. I heard the privacy. I heard a lot of people speak about privacy concerns, but I was satisfied that the legal protections were adequate. Things have changed since then. And I do want to mention the March 2nd meeting. There are numerous emails from Albany residents. I think there were, I went back and looked, about 7 or 8 emails. And those need to be considered by the council in addition to the many public comments here tonight. But 2 things have changed since 2024. First of all, there have been very specific instances of flock privacy breaches, and those are documented in the letters that have been submitted. I'm not an expert, but I have read those letters and I have read the articles, and I have some deep, deep concerns about privacy after learning of these instances. Second, we are in a different world today than we were in 2024. We have a federal government that routinely disregards laws, routinely disregards court orders. So although I really appreciate the assurances from our chief that we have in place these laws that are supposed to protect us, I no longer have confidence that those laws will indeed protect us. So I have really changed my feelings since 2024 about supporting flock cameras in our community, and I think the risks exceed the benefits. I'm also concerned about cost, given the large amount of our budget that goes to the police. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There's no other public commenters online.
Okay, great, thank you. Does staff care to make any comments on some of the questions?
With regard to cost and how the program will be funded, we intend to use COP grant funds for any future requests.
Okay, let's bring it back to council. Any comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Mickey.
Yeah, I want to thank the police department for being nimble. So as was brought up by members of the public, there was a proposal that was being prepared and brought forward to council. It was not actually presented to council for various reasons. But I appreciate that the police department understands, and I will say, I have not heard this directly, but I believe the response and what is in front of us tonight is a response to what we all are seeing as a community. Both here in Albany, in El Cerrito, in Berkeley, we are not the only community that is coming up to have this conversation. How much surveillance are we willing to accept? How much risk are we willing to accept for bad actors? And I appreciate what the police department has brought forward to us. The openness to go back and review how effective have the cameras been. Do we need all the cameras that we have? I would also understand that there might be other providers out there that could provide similar services, perhaps with less risk or more local control. And so I just want to thank the police department, particularly our chief, for exploration of these providers. But I would also encourage us, both as a council and as I am not on the public safety subcommittee, but I would hope that we can also explore other ways of what are our options for this limitations on search. Is it something that the search be limited to just to MTC counties? And so in other words, the counties of the Bay Area, which would lead to the most effective use of the cameras to assist in local crimes. And that could reduce, in essence, the worry of the bad actors. I appreciate that the police department's also brought forward all the existing regulations that not only we as a community have, but we have as a state, so that bad actors, if they exist or where they exist, should they choose to abuse their power, that the full force of law can be brought down upon them when they violate state law. And so I appreciate that. I hope that this is something that our subcommittee can discuss and that our police department has the opportunity to explore other options. I will say that I would appreciate the opportunity to consider options in the future. So,
thank you.
Yeah, excuse me. First, Police Chief Galliano, I just want to say thank you for your presentation. I do appreciate the effort to provide some transparency on where our city is at in terms of use of the technology. It reminds me of a conversation I was having earlier with folks about AI, like, yeah, use it, but don't abuse it. And it certainly looks like we're heading towards that direction conversation around safety technology. But I'm thanking you because this is at least the level of transparency that other communities have not been afforded. And that is a major step in the right direction. And I appreciate this being one of the first things you're doing as our new police chief. And I say this as someone who grew up highly surveillance in my hometown of Richmond, California. I don't need to be lectured on the impact of that or the trauma that comes with that. And I know you and I have had those conversations. But I want to emphasize this, and I want to emphasize this to our council because we are providing an opportunity for community to be involved and be engaged and to provide input and to hear and to be aware, unlike other entities that are just a few steps away, like UC Berkeley, where there was no process, where there are a lot of people who live in the UC village who are immigrants, who are undocumented, who are being surveillanced, and we don't know how that technology is being used because, to my knowledge, it's not even a flock system. It's a whole different company. But nobody knows that because it's not public. It's not readily available. There is no audit. There is no transparency. To my knowledge, it's not UCPD that runs it. It's parking and transportation. You can imagine that might become a whole hot mess. That's neither here nor there, but again, it's to highlight that I'm very thankful that we're able to have this conversation, as stressful as difficult it may be for some of us. I have a lot more to say, but I think that is more so warranted for a public safety meeting when that gets scheduled. But I do want to make that very clear to those listening and those in the public that, again, there are other jurisdictions that and entities that don't even provide us the opportunity to have input or to have a say in what's being used and what's being deployed, because it's happening just a couple steps away and nobody has any say in that. Other than that, I will just say, and I don't want to steal the mayor's thunder, but we are working with our city clerk to get something scheduled for public safety meeting that myself and Mayor McQuaid sit on. And I believe that will be a much more impactful venue to have some of the more deeper conversations and discussion points that people are looking for.
Yeah, I'll express appreciation as well for everybody who's taken the time to send comments to the city and comment here tonight. I'm learning, and I'm learning from you, and I really appreciate the effort you put into this. There was a question about why the change in direction. I don't know if staff cares to address that. I have my ideas on that, but better to get it from staff. A change in direction relative to March 2nd or March, whenever the meeting was in March. That was one of the questions that came up.
Yeah, certainly. No, I appreciate that. And as I've expressed, with joining the Albany Police Department, one of my goals is to assess the organization, including our personnel, technology, crime, anything and everything that happens inside of outside of our doors. Being the new chief, this was an opportunity to press pause on any future changes with the program, knowing that the contract is coming to an end, hearing that there are concerns regarding our current vendor, and to assess what the future of the ALPR program would look like.
Thank you. And Kirsten, maybe you could describe for those who are here what the process looks like going forward, because I know there was some late changes in that regard. In terms of timeline and steps and things like that.
Certainly. So in the meantime, until we have scheduled the public safety meeting, staff is going to conduct a bid for vendors where we will solicit a request for proposal or bids. We don't exactly have that penciled out what it'll look like, but to ensure that we solicit bids from as many vendors as would be efficacious here for our region. And once we've assessed those bids, to create a response on what the pros and cons for the different vendors would be. In that, we're going to continue to assess our policy and make our policy publicly available to the Public Safety Committee. And we are also currently, until that point when we meet with the Public Safety Committee, researching ways to increase transparency, specifically with regard to the network audit, which is the back-end use of the back-end grouping of data that shows outside agencies' use of the network as it impacts Albany's system. But we are reviewing that with regard to a variety of different legal requirements for what we are lawfully allowed to share, pursuant to a variety of different laws that impact that. And so once we have that information, we'll be able to bring that forward to the Public Safety Committee. Once we've dialogued and had a discussion with the Public Safety Committee and received direction, we will be able to come back to council with a recommended set of steps forward prior to the term of our current contract ending in September.
So I know schedules can always change, but if you could give some idea when you anticipate, it may not happen, I understand that. I've been here long enough. When you anticipate it might come to the Public Safety Committee, should it be referred there?
We are currently scheduling that for the month of June. It may be 1 or 2 meetings yet to be determined. And then ideally, as our chief shared, returning to the council as a whole with the recommendations from staff and the committee at one of your July meetings, or potentially worst case scenario would be the first meeting in September, which would give us a few days still. And potentially coming back more than once. We'll soon see an iterative process.
City Manager, sorry, a follow-up question to that. Does our flock agreement currently allow us to go on a month-by-month basis, or is it something that has to be signed for another 2 or 3 year? I'm trying to understand how pressing is the September deadline?
That is a good question. No, our current contract does not specifically allow for a month-to-month agreement. However, the vendor has advised they would work with us on that. The contract does have an auto-renew clause, which would automatically renew it for a term of 2 years unless we specifically advised the vendor in writing that we would not auto-renew, which we have advised the vendor that we will not auto-renew once the contract comes to an end.
Thank you.
A commenter or two mentioned that there was communication submitted from various people regarding the March 2nd agenda item. They asked that that be attached to this agenda item for the record. So I don't know. I'll ask if staff thinks that's a viable.
Sure. It is in the record. It is on that agenda, and it's as we can attach it to this as well.
Okay. Thank you. So in terms of my thoughts, I'm which I guess I should offer, I've been subject to violent crime in my life, so that may color my thoughts a bit. I'm worried that without a system, Albany would become a target, as mentioned by one of the speakers. However, I'm also worried that Albany's data could be misused, so it's not an easy decision to make. I did try to look for peer-reviewed literature on the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of these systems. I only found one paper that appeared to look statistically at the outcome of a system similar to what Albany has. You know, there's a lot of different uses of ALPR, license plate reader systems on vehicles and whatnot, but a fixed system that was in a network. This was from Atlantic City, and I'll just read the end of the abstract here. It said, while the ALPR expansion did not reduce violent crime, it was associated with reductions in shootings, motor vehicle thefts, and property crime. So obviously reducing shootings would be very high on the list. We don't tend to have as much of a problem with that in this city. And so I'm sympathetic to what one of the speakers, commenter said, which is, you know, are we going to put property over people? So I'm interested in seeing more, if there is more out there, peer-reviewed literature on what is the effect of this system. It's easy to conclude from anecdotes that it's effective and helpful. And as a scientist, I often say, well, we had to invent science because what seems obvious is often not what is actually true in reality. So that's why we had to invent these statistical methods to try to figure out what is reality as opposed to what we think reality is. I like the ideas about constraining the number of agencies that it could be shared with, depending upon the vendor that ultimately could be selected, if any vendor is selected. I asked earlier about the geographic span and that there's utility or effectiveness to use that term from being part of a system that has geographic span. That said, it seems like Albany, you know, I haven't done a deep research on what other cities are doing, but it seems like what the chief has proposed is a more transparent and deep dive into other systems, other vendors that are out there and available. And so there is a potential opportunity for, even if Albany is the first to go with a particular vendor or an early agency to go with a vendor, that other cities will come along and looking at what Albany does. So that's, I think, something to take into account with the effectiveness evaluation. And with that, I'll stop there.
You know, I echo a lot of what's been said. Thank you, Chief, for your comprehensive report and all the work that you and the staff have done on this for the past 5 months, whatever. You know, we received a lot of really good comments that make me think about what's the best way to move forward. I don't know tonight what that is, but I do look forward to more discussion. As Councilmember Lopez said, he and I are the Public Safety Subcommittee, so we will be meeting hopefully soon in June to continue the discussion. And with that, I would appreciate a motion to authorize staff to conduct a competitive bid process to evaluate options, automatic license plate reader program vendors, including review by the City Council Public Safety Committee.
I will make that motion along with directing the Public Safety Committee to include paying particular attention to if and how Albany can decrease the risk of its data being misused, such as restricting share to nearby departments that also have public transparency logs, evaluate Albany's legal risk for using the system, and consider peer-reviewed literature regarding whether and what difference these systems make. And I'll just say in terms of legal risk, this is based on a rather lengthy memo that the Berkeley City Attorney's Office wrote to its council that the Daily KALB got a hold of and published. And so it was a pretty good resource for in terms of what is a legal risk for having one of these systems.
If I may add to that motion, just continue exploration of the back-end audit. That was very glad to hear that the chief is looking into such a system and understanding what Flock can do, what we can do, what other vendors might be able to do. But I do believe that that is one of the key things for our own transparency is it's not only what is our department doing, but what are other departments asking of our information. I recognize that there are all kinds of legal hurdles there, but there has to be some level of transparency that's higher than what we have today, which is almost none. And if that's amenable, I would second the motion.
Thank you for the amendment, and yes, I'm amenable to that.
And does that give you enough direction that you, okay, great. Do we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yep.
Councilmember Mickey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hanson-Romero?
Yes.
Mayor McQuaid?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here tonight.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, we got a lot to go, so I was thinking after the next item.
Oh, okay.
Let's go one more, and then we'll take a break. All right, that brings us to 8-2, potential revision to rate for business license tax and technical changes to section 5-1 and 5-2, Chapter 5 of the Albany Municipal Code relating to the business license tax. May we have a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Raina Schwartz. I'm your Finance Director, and I'm pleased you're just going to get sick to heck of me from the time from now till the end of the meeting. But first up, we have our business license tax study. If the clerk can please let Eric Myers from HDL, who is our consultant on this tax study, in as a panelist. He will be presenting the tax study that is before you this evening. He will be presenting via Zoom. Just some background, our business license tax is fairly old-fashioned, clunky, and really in need of modernization. And so the opportunity here is for us to bring the council some options on what might be available for a change in methodology related to the business license tax, take a look at how to both streamline administration of it, hopefully make it a bit more straightforward for businesses to determine how to comply with the requirements that we have, as well as bring in a little bit more revenue if we can from that tax. So with that, the goal this evening is to get feedback on the potential methodology and direction forward on next steps relative to potentially taking this to the November 2026 ballot. And with that, I will turn it over to Eric to give the presentation on the tax study, and then we'll be available to answer questions. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Our tax study is structured around 4 key questions, and I'll touch on each of those tonight. The first is, where are you now? What is your current tax structure? What does it produce? How does it fit with your economy? Number two, how does that compare to a group of peer jurisdictions that we included in our tax study? Number three, if you were to modernize your tax structure, what could that look like? And we'll present three options, really two. We have one that's sort of a baseline. And then finally, how would such a modernized tax structure compare to those peer jurisdictions again? Next slide, please. So we'll touch on those four themes. We'll start here with what's called the registry analysis, which is again our overview of where you are now. Then look at the jurisdictions, these peer jurisdictions. Then look at the models, and then how do those models stack up with the peer jurisdictions. Next slide, please. All right. We can go to the next slide. We'll see that you've had some respectable growth in the recovery from COVID within your business license tax. Next slide, please. You currently also have a strong mix of inside versus outside businesses. So this is a little bit of an ambiguous term. What we mean by an inside business is one that has a physical location in the city versus someone who's coming in from outside the city to do business in the city. So one of the things to note here is that your structure is pretty heavily reliant on taxing per employee. So you're taxing one input into business activity as your predominant method of taxation. And as you'll see in some of our models, we're sort of looking at what would that look like if you shifted that to the gross receipts, which is not without its own concerns, but it does shift you away from taxing only the labor input as the taxable basis. Next slide, please. This is roughly your current revenue mix. It's very dependent on residential rental. You've got some good diversity in terms of revenue sources in that right third of the pie. But again, a fair amount of dependence in the residential rental in terms of your current tax revenue. Not uncommon when you have a per employee basis. Next slide, please. So what we wanted to look at here is how many of your businesses are currently paying less than or right at 382, which is roughly the base fee, if you will, the base tax for an employee. And generally, it's about 67% of your businesses. That's what they're currently paying. So just shy of $400. We'll come back to this idea a little bit later in the presentation when we look at how does that shift with some of the gross receipts proposals. Next slide, please. So having briefly looked at your structure, which has done reasonably well, and you'll see against the jurisdiction comparison here in a moment, what you'll see is cities about in the middle of the peer group and has been following roughly a trend for those in the region. Next slide, please. Now, this data is a little bit dated. I want to point that out to begin with. It's because we use publicly available data here, and the state Controller's office is usually about a year and a half behind in terms of publishing the most recent data. We use that to make sure that it's all publicly available and we can compare at this higher level to any of the cities that we need to. There are 11 comparison jurisdictions here. They are ranked by the column here in the middle, revenue per capita, which is essentially just us taking the business tax revenue and dividing it by the population number to roughly control for the size of the population. So we're looking at how productive in terms of dollars per resident in your city your current tax structure is. And again, it puts you right about in the middle of the groups being studied. Next slide. Now, here, this is just sort of an impressionistic view of the general revenue trends from 2019 to 2023. You can see again that Albany's had some upward growth. That's been generally the case here with these cities. Newark's been flatter. Richmond had a change in their code, and so you see a steep increase in their revenue. Next slide, please. Again, Berkeley, you see the dip around COVID and a recovery. Sausalito had a change in their code, I believe in 2020. Union City just recently changed their code in 2024, although that wouldn't show up on this chart. So next slide, please. Now, that's kind of the high level overview. The bottom line is you're about in the middle of the pack from the peer jurisdictions in terms of some of those productivity matrices or measures, I should say, excuse me. We're going to compare now your structure in a little bit more detail with just a smaller group of those peer jurisdictions. Next slide, please. Those jurisdictions will be Sausalito, Belmont, Richmond, Berkeley, and El Cerrito. Next slide, please. So for both confidentiality and practical reasons, we don't use actual businesses. We wouldn't be allowed to use actual businesses in this forum and their information. Additionally, we need to be able to know certain pieces of information that may not always be available because there are different ways that a business may be taxed. They may be taxed on employees, as they are in your city in most cases, or gross receipts, or some other unit-based measure. So we use these hypothetical businesses as a way of getting a set of comparisons that we can compare across jurisdictions. So you'll see these examples throughout the rest of the study. Now, if you look here, and if you can go back one slide, sorry about that. Because there's 5 comparison jurisdictions, we've broken it into 2 slides, and you'll see that sort of each time we come to these tables. So here you're looking at, for example, if I take a local restaurant, gross receipts of 850,000, 22 employees, that particular configuration under Albany's code would be taxed at about $2,000. Belmont would tax that at about $365. Richmond at about $1,000, and Sausalito at $850. A lot of that has to do with the per employee tax structure in Albany. If we go to the next slide, we can see that same example, local restaurant. How would that be taxed in Berkeley? About the same. El Cerrito, about half. Okay, so you can read across that way. And then at the bottom, we have the totals, which are just sort of a hypothetical basket of these businesses and what the tax would be on those businesses and how do they stack up. Again, here the specifics support the general conclusion. Albany is typically about in the middle for a given business, and not anything terribly surprising from these initial analyses. All right, next slide. So now we're going to transfer from kind of where are you? How does that compare with some of the peer jurisdictions to what could some models look like for doing something that might be simpler, might address some of the equity, particularly for small businesses? How could we do some of that? Next slide, please. So the first model is really a baseline. It doesn't change anything in your current structure except increasing the rates by 40%. It's not a very useful modernization. It really doesn't address any equity issues. We use it as a way of saying, well, what's kind of setting a revenue baseline, in essence, of if we did something like this, what would the revenue be? Using that as one of the factors to evaluate the other two models I'm going to present to you. So next slide, please. Roughly, the revenue baseline would be about $350,000 is about equivalent to a 40% increase in the current model. Yeah. So let's kind of keep that in mind as we compare the next set of models. Now, Model 2, the next slide, please. Model 2 is a single gross receipts rate. The basic idea for Model 2 is that for businesses up to a certain threshold or minimum gross receipts threshold, you would pay a small flat tax, $25, let's say. And then over that amount, you're paying a single gross receipts rate. So it gives you a certain form of equity. Everybody pays the same rate. It doesn't really matter what kind of business you are. The rates are the same. You don't have to figure out that additional layer of complexity. And the low flat tax can be somewhat beneficial to micro enterprises in the city. If we go to the next slide, please. So here again, just reiterating a little bit more detail. The flat tax, I called it here a flat rate, and received a suggestion that that maybe was not as clear as it could be. I appreciate that suggestion. So the flat tax, this flat amount, would apply up to the gross receipts threshold, and then a $2 per $1,000 of gross receipts would apply beyond that threshold. Next slide, please. So what we did at this part of the model is just take a look at 3 variations. So you can see in the top row, if that flat tax were $25, again, instead of minimum receipts, if you think of this as the gross receipts threshold, then $25 for the first $25,000 in gross receipts. And then the $2 per thousand would apply over that. And the estimated model revenue is about $929,000, which would be a modest increase in revenue, $54,000. Next row would be, sorry, I apologize, City Clerk. The next one down, $50 for 50,000. Again, takes a little bit more coverage. The revenue is down a little bit. The revenue increase is even more modest, and you see the same trend for $100 for 100,000. All right, next slide, please. Model 3 is a variable gross receipts rate. This is a bit of a slippery term, but it is a more modern structure. It's adopted more in recent years. It would still have some business categories, only about 6, so somewhat easier to navigate. It does boost the revenue potential. And it can be used, as the name implies, it's variable gross receipts, so that there's a difference in rates for different kinds of businesses. And that can be both its benefit and also that can carry some concern with it as well. So it's something to look at and see how well it fits for the city's needs. If we go to the next slide, we'll look a little bit more detail about how this model is structured. So the categories would be commercial rental. The rate there, again, there'd be the flat tax up to the minimum, sort of the gross receipts threshold. And again, that's something that we'll measure in a minute. Could be 25,000, could be 50,000 as that threshold. The commercial rental, contractor, general retail, professional services, and then residential rental. Something to note here is that the residential rental is the proposal under Model 3 would be to keep your existing per unit structure for residential rentals. So residential rental would have no existing change. The other 5 categories would have this new structure of a gross receipts threshold plus these rates per 1,000. Next slide, please. Now, this sort of shows our estimate of what we think the revenue might look like from such a model at a flat tax of $25 for the first 25,000 in gross receipts, plus the rates that we just showed you. Again, about 321,000 in additional revenue. One of the things to note here is that this chart sort of masks the reduction that some of the small businesses would get, but you can see the increases in the average charges. And so that average is going up as a mean because it's getting pulled up by the increases to the top businesses. So the smaller businesses, and we'll try to show that here in a minute, get more of a break, I think, under this model, and the larger businesses would have some increases to offset that. Next slide, please. So here again, we look at the 3 different flat tax tiers, what they might represent in terms of a gross receipts threshold, and how does that impact the revenue. Again, between the top and the bottom, about 75,000 in revenue that drops out of the model. So next slide, please. So we want to take a look at and compare these models to some of our hypothetical businesses, as well as across some of the jurisdictions that we looked at. So next slide, please. So the tax model comparisons, again, you've got model 1 as sort of a baseline here in the upper table. So model 2 and then model 3, nothing surprising there, just a summary of what we looked at. What I think is useful to look at here is the median tax amount. Now, we are deliberately using a median here. We wanted to look at what half of your businesses are going to report. The lower half will report this or less. Right now, about 382, as we mentioned before. Model 1, that would go up to $535. Both Model 2 and Model 3, you see a significant decrease for the bottom 50% of your businesses. That's good news for them. What that means, though, is that the revenue that's coming in and predicted in these models is coming from businesses in that upper half. Next slide, please. I promised we would come back to this again. We touched on before how many are paying at most 382. Under Model 3, that stays at around the high 60s. 1,191 businesses would pay less than $382, which is an increase of not quite 500 businesses from the current model. 15 would pay exactly at the 382. So about 68% of the businesses would either stay the same or see a decrease under Model 3. Next slide, please. Again, this is our hypothetical business scenarios. We look at these and use them to compare the impacts of some of the models against some of these comparison jurisdictions. What I think you'll see is that the models, for example, if we look at local restaurant again, models 2 and 3 would drop the cost of the business license tax to that particular hypothetical business, putting it a little bit over Richmond in that case, but still bringing that down. In your small to medium businesses, you'll see that the model has some impact in keeping Albany competitive, if you will, for lack of a better term, making sure that you're not pricing businesses out of your local community in the small to medium area, but really at the top for the larger businesses, as you can see here, there would be some significant increases in certain business types. Still, if you look at Richmond, for example, say on apartment complexes, the proposal under Model 3 or Model 2 is significantly less than Richmond. And if we flip to the next slide, please, we can see that it's also significantly less than Berkeley and El Cerrito. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Raina and make myself available for questions.
Are there council questions? Are you?
Of course there are. Let's see. So I noticed that there's on the fourth slide, there's an increase in business license tax revenue in that series. That's pretty substantial. But that series only goes back to FY21. And so I don't know if that increase is purely a matter of recovering from the pandemic, because I don't know what FY19 is. So I don't know if I don't expect you would have FY19 off the top of your head, but if you have some idea whether that increase is due to the pandemic.
Give me one moment. My wizard behind the screen will look up that data.
Okay.
She will type it to me, and I will answer your question. So
fantastic.
I'm on to the next thing, and the wizard will work her magic.
You know who the wizard is?
The wizard is Cassie.
Okay. Go.
Cassie the wizard. I'm just going to start calling her that. But
Cassie,
she can look it up, and I can focus on listening.
Thank you for arranging that. Really fantastic, and thank you, Cassie, for being here tonight to provide that. How does it, well, I might know the answer to this now to think about it, but how does a business pay less than $382, given that if they only have one employee, the charge is $382?
There are a couple of situations. One, if it's an apartment rental and they only have a single unit, they pay $120. That's less than $382. $82. If they only have one employee, they pay, well, I guess they pay the $382. There is also a small, very small category for businesses with gross receipts under $7,200, which they do not pay. They get a license, but there is no charge. But it's primarily apartment rentals where there's only, 2 units or one or 2 units, in which case they're paying less than the single employee rate.
Okay, thank you. Oh, rental business doesn't have to have an employee or an owner, is what I'm gathering.
Correct, it's per unit.
Okay. So I thought it was both, if they have employees and if they have units, or is it only units currently?
It's only units.
Oh, okay, interesting. All right, thank you. Many companies based in Albany serve clientele beyond Albany, professional service companies, consultants. Do the estimates of gross revenue include all the revenue of such a company or only some portion that is related to Albany? And if so, the latter, like, how is it calibrated to something related to Albany? What's the nexus?
That's an Eric question.
Okay. I must be on that side of the room. I saw the finger.
Yes.
So the short answer is business license tax, unlike say sales tax, can capture activity that maybe some would consider outside the city. In the sense that if you have, let me use a simplified example. If you have a consulting firm and they do business all over the United States, but their only location is in Albany, then the gross receipts attributable to all of their consulting activity are going to come into Albany. So theoretically, that's the answer. Practically, the answer is we're using our proprietary data based off of sort of summarizing data from cities in the state of California. That, in essence, we're using other similar businesses with similar NAICS codes who've reported a certain amount of gross receipts. We use that as the basis. And so generally we're capturing the behavior of reporting your local activity as opposed to worldwide activity. That is not true in every case, but say in administrative headquarters, for example. But generally the model is going to be constrained because of its assumptions to locally reported activity. I don't know if that was clear enough.
I think it was clear enough. Thank you. I guess maybe to ask a more pragmatic question, if there was a tax on gross receipts and there was a company whose sole physical office, physical location was in Albany, and it was a consultancy that served clients over a broader area, would the entirety of its gross receipts be subject to Albany's tax?
That would be the initial starting position. They could come in with a request for apportionment and argue that their business model moves some of the gross receipts out. But yes, that would be the starting point, is that if this is their only location and it's participating in all of this taxable activity, then yes, it would capture those gross receipts.
Okay, and there, there's a specific instance of a company that they emailed us that has majority of its workers who are remote in other states, and so I don't know. A hypothetical company like that, they would have to apply under some mechanism to portion some of their gross receipts to those employees that are out of state.
There would be a process to allow them to request the apportionment or to report on an apportioned basis. I think as the world continues to evolve and we have more of this remote work and, multinational teams, et cetera, those businesses were going to have to not necessarily treat on a case-by-case basis, but look at what that model looks like for them and be able to address that. So, you know, those will be, I think, fewer than the majority of the sort of, you know, a more traditional business that is largely located. If it's here, it's here. So we would make sure that in the instructions out to the community that we would address the specifics of, we would have, an adopted policy and process for what that would look like, how that apportionment could occur. To come back to your other question, the wizard has answered. Really prior to 2020, the revenues were in the 600 to 680 thousand a year. They start to pick up in 21. So the growth since 2021 is not really recovery per se from COVID. It is in fact growth in business activity that we were capturing under the tax. So you don't see, for example, a big number in 2019 or 2020 that then drops and then comes back. You see this sort of fairly stagnant path that then starts to pick up after 2021, 22.
Wow, fascinating. I guess another question for the wizard, all this may be beyond her momentary capabilities. Is that employment, or is that because the charge per residence went up? I'm just kind of curious because I'm aware that business activity had increased.
Because we haven't taken a change in the structure, the charges have been increasing by CPI. I don't believe that we have had the last change of any sort was 2010, and that was a relatively minor change. It wasn't a major change in the tax structure. So all of that is business growth as opposed to a change in the structure. It's just been going up by the CPI that's been identified.
I mean, for the council, the reason I'm asking about this is because there was an obvious trend, and so if we're going to make a change, I wanted to understand what was that trend. And think about, you know, obviously past is not future, but if that trend were to continue, what does that mean for?
I want to kind of jump back a little bit, and just looking at the different models and everything, and hearing from some of the businesses who feel like they can be really highly impacted versus others that aren't. I do like the fact of, you know, we've already seen our property providers be hit with some additional fees, that, you know, retrofitting buildings and so on and so forth. So for that purpose, I do like the third option because it keeps them where they're at. And I do know, I've heard from some of them as well, that because we've conducted the audits, that you've been doing the audits, that there are several business owners out there who didn't realize where they were standing and how much they had to catch up. So there were several businesses that were, you know, impacted by that kind of was like, oh, wow. You know, so I know that there's been some pinch points throughout our business community, and knowing that we have to, you know, get this resolved and you know, get the slate moving on an even keel. And I do like the fact that certain businesses could potentially apply for, what did you call it?
Apportionment.
Apportionment, thank you. Based upon, you know, running, for myself, you know, when I had run a construction business in the past through the city, and being a general contractor going to different cities, you're going to different cities and you're paying a business license for each city you're operating in. So it can get quite costly. And then also, you know, just materials and everything else, you know, if you do it off of the gross, it's like way more expensive than some of these other models. So I just want to definitely be very cognizant of, how that affects the different channels of business. I did notice in the third example, the grocery stores went up quite a bit, and I know that they seem to operate on a very small basis. Do they not? Small revenue percentage.
I don't know what the margins are for profits for grocery stores.
Would magicians in the background know this or something? Does anybody know what that would be?
I mean, I've read it's, like I say, it's minuscule, the profit margin. Like they go for turnover. I've even read like 1 to 2%.
Yeah, and if you bring up that third tier, you see what a large jump that could be.
Yeah.
I don't know if HDL has any data to speak to grocery stores as a group.
Well, generally, our understanding is that their profit margins are pretty thin, as restaurants are in these days a lot of the times as well. One of the unfortunate things that we have to deal with in business license tax is that the state, as I understand it, has essentially tied our hands. If we're going to tax on receipts, they have to be gross receipts. We're not really allowed to tax on net income directly. And so that's a pretty long-standing rule. And so if you're going to do a receipts-based tax at the local level, it's got to be gross receipts and not net. So that kind of constrains what we're able to do. The other thing I'd point out is that at the margins, these are fairly low taxes. The absolute value does look quite high, but we're talking fractions of a penny typically. Again, not nothing, and especially of concern to these businesses that have tight margins. But historically, at the margin, these taxes are small enough that, as a friend of mine likes to say, who's been doing this for 30 years, you can go to Beverly Hills to the Best Buy there, and the television's roughly the same price as if you go down into the valley, even though the business license taxes are significantly different. At the margins, these taxes are typically, again, fractional and not the biggest concern for most businesses, but doesn't mean that they should be taken lightly, and it's worth considering.
Well, and also with that example that you were mentioning about, if you could go to Beverly Hills and pick up this television and you go there, that's all being directed by, a national chain. They have their margins already set, and they are going to be the same regardless of the proportion of business tax where they might be paying differently. So I used to work for a big box manufacturing company, and so all those national stores, national chains, they're being held to a certain price regardless of whether their margin is different depending on the city.
Correct. And unfortunately, we can't sort of directly, to my knowledge, take account of margin and how big the margin is or not.
Well, yeah, and then, a larger merchant wouldn't be the same as what our, individual business owners might be around here. So I'm just trying to make sure that I, keep that in the front and center too, is that we have a very different business configuration here as far as individual businesses, rather, I don't like to call them small businesses, but the individual businesses versus, some of the other cities who have more of the big box retail chains, who have, larger manufacturers.
Yes, and it's also worth noting that right now your current structure essentially favors businesses that have a low labor input and high productivity per employee, right? Because instead of taxing the gross receipts of the business, which is a better measure of the overall business activity, its economic footprint, it's taxing just one input, which is labor in most cases, right? And so if you happen to have high labor costs and low per employee productivity, then right now you may, particularly for a business with 2 or 3 employees, some really micro business, uh, they're paying a pretty high initial rate, and part of what these models look at is, could you flip that script? Would it have impacts on larger businesses? 100% it would. It would also have some benefits to some of the micro businesses.
You mentioned some of the businesses have had an audit of some sort. That I maybe could expand on that. I don't know what you mean by.
Do you want to?
So it's like a business tax payment audit or something, or?
No, we have been working with HDL on the business license tax administration side as opposed to the tax study side to look at first commercial rental, commercial landlords, and we're about to launch the first phase of the residential landlords, looking at using HDL's expertise at mining various data sources, identifying businesses or locations in the city who may not have been paying their business license taxes, and requesting kindly that they come into compliance with our requirements regarding a business license. So the commercial landlords had got letters a couple of months ago, and we've been working through those with HDL and those businesses. And then we just got the first list, first 200 or 250 potential residential landlords. That outreach will begin in another week or so. That came up on one of the tenant protection evenings. So we are starting that. But that's what the Vice Mayor was referring to when she said audit, was this compliance discovery process that we've been going through.
Thank you.
So are those numbers somewhere in here that if we get everybody to pay the right amount, does that skew any of this data?
It doesn't really skew any of the data on the commercials. It really depends on kind of what that ends up looking like. I wouldn't say it skews the data. It will increase the revenue, which would be great regardless of any potential change in methodology. But it mostly just increases our base, so we have a better place to start from whenever we reconfigure if the council decides to move forward with that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this side? Questions over here?
Yeah, so thank you for the presentation. At least for me, it definitely helped me better understand each of these models. You mentioned Model 3 has 6 basic categories. Just seeing how those 6 basic categories roll out, at least in the estimated revenue and the early stages we are in thinking this through, I think I have some concerns about, Councilmember Hanson Romero mentioned grocery stores. The other one was family dentistry, just that some of these uses are having dramatic increases. And in some cases, that's bringing it maybe in on par with our neighboring communities. But I think in other times, it's rather dramatically larger. As we continue, if we were to pick a model, is there the ability of Model 3 to either break it down into 7 or 8 categories, just to be able to pull out things to get them be maybe a little bit more in line with our neighbors? And maybe in discussion, I'll talk about why I have some concerns. But I just want to check if that's a possibility in the next version.
Sorry, go ahead, Rita.
I was going to say, generally speaking, the answer is yes. Okay. More categories, a little more complex. The other thing is, there is some gross receipts rate. But these reflect sort of typical categories and rates per 1,000 gross receipts or per gross receipts that HDL sees in their extensive experience with this. But it is it can be a very flexible collection of factors.
Okay, thank you.
I have another quick question. Just so, in thinking of kind of like almost, and maybe I'm not totally clear on this, so maybe I'm, but because in the Model 3, again, it looked like some of the amounts decreased for some people, and maybe if there was some sort of a hybrid of that where they don't decrease, for maybe that, bring it up to a flat rate of a certain percentage, and then being able to lower the amount of the gross receipts side. Does that make sense of what I think I'm trying to say something? I don't know. But like not taking a dip down on some of them, but keeping them where they're at or increasing those slightly that are of a flat rate, and then lowering the percentage on maybe the gross receipts to kind of balance that out. Is that an option?
I think there are some ways you could look at doing that across the categories. Again, looking at the gross receipts rate. But we'd have to kind of take a look at how that might play out, and wanting to make sure that the model itself kind of holds some integrity rather than necessarily being built off of where folks are paying now. We need to be sensitive to that and look at what the changes are, but I'm not sure that we'd say that where we are today in terms of what different business categories are paying is necessarily a place I'd want to pin something to, if that makes sense. So we'd have to look at it in that context.
So when we did this several years ago, one of the concerns was, for example, if you are a car dealer and you sell a car for, say, $60,000, but that's not your profit. I mean, and I understand what you said, that we can't count net, but is there a way that we could do something? Do you understand what I'm asking you?
Eric?
I mean, they're being taxed on a lot of money that they didn't really get.
I would say that they got it. It isn't their profit, right? Generally, the answer would be we cannot directly tax based on what their net was or their profit, both because of state law and just general tax policy. That would mean that the worse you run your business, the more of a tax break I give you, right? So that would make it tricky. What you could try to do, and we've done an approximation of this in Model 3, is do something like, okay, well, the general retail businesses, let's give them a slightly lower rate, or maybe we want the services to be a lower rate so that your barbershop's not paying the same rate as a doctor's office. So Model 3 provides you some of that flexibility in terms of the gross receipts rate, but it doesn't allow you to sort of crack open the business model and tax only their profit. And I would note that's true. I mean, well, that's generally true for cities across California that are using a gross receipts tax, which are, in our experience, we administer for about 20 or so cities in the state of California, and about 50 to 60% of those are using gross receipts nowadays as their tax basis.
Okay, thank you. Any other council questions? Do we have any members of the public? There's no one in the room. Anybody online?
No online commenters.
Interesting. Okay, so discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, we have one hand, sorry.
Hi, this is Jean Wu again. This is a very interesting discussion, and I appreciate all the effort that's gone into figuring out how you would restructure the business tax. I was shocked when I saw the differences in the business tax for some things between Berkeley, say, and Albany. And I wonder if you could go back to that last version 3 slide where you had Berkeley and Albany, and I think El Cerrito on it, because that just went by really quickly. Is that possible that you could show that slide again?
I'll defer to the clerk if
It's slide 30.
Okay.
That's it, if we're able to bring it up.
Because I agree that if someone sells a car and it's $60,000, they're not making 60,000. But if you're a contractor and your contract is for 30,000, but you're not making 30,000 either, you're making a very, very small fraction of that. So I think if you're going to do the gross receipts, it should be everybody should be the same. Or if you could talk about some other way that you could deal with this that takes into account that the actual amount of your contract is really much larger than the actual amount of your profit. So like under small service business, we have Albany is at 460 and Berkeley is at 180. I think that's just really interesting why that's the case. And the other thing that's interesting about working in the different jurisdictions is that you get charged by the amount of gross receipts you have in that jurisdiction. So is that what your amount of gross receipts is going to be, or is it total gross receipts no matter where the work is done? Thank you.
Thank you. Any others online? John?
And no further commenters.
I think in the very beginning it talked about Berkeley and El Cerrito haven't updated their taxes in many, let's just say many years, I can't remember exactly, which may impact their numbers. And we don't know if they're talking about this at this point.
Berkeley's been clear. They've been talking about a sales tax measure, and they have not in any of their materials talked at all about changing their business license tax. El Cerrito has similarly not put forward anything in their preliminary financial analyses leading up to what will soon be their proposed budgets for 27. There hasn't been anything in any of their agendas or anything else that would lead us to believe that there was a proposal to consider changing their business license tax.
Okay, thank you. So, council comments, thoughts? John, you want to start this time?
Sure. You know, I appreciate all the effort staff has done, and I think we are a city that needs to move forward looking at how we're collecting and the methodology and how much we're collecting from our businesses. But just, you know, and I will say probably right now, I like the flexibility Model 3 gives us of having distinct categories. I think what makes me a little bit nervous is just seeing where those numbers, in a theoretical standpoint, knowing that these are all theoretical businesses, right, across, if they existed in each of these communities. Are we making ourselves uncompetitive, right? And, you know, I will just point to the grocery stores. You know, we have, shoot me if I'm wrong, it's sorry, don't shoot me if I'm wrong. Just cascade me if I'm wrong. But, you know, we have 2 grocery stores in Albany. I'm thinking of Safeway and Sprouts. And if we create a tax environment where it is not, you never know what's going to cause a grocery store to close or stay open. But if we create an environment that is perceived to be hostile to them, you know, there are Safeways that aren't that far away. And suddenly we're creating a situation where our residents have to travel outside of Albany to do the grocery shopping. And I will say that we as a community are fortunate that we have many grocery stores right at the edge of our community, but not only does that mean we lose the jobs, but we lose the businesses, but we also lose the sales tax. And so my hope is, if we move forward, is that we're able to kind of fine tune where those numbers are so that we're not so dramatically different. I mean, I just came back from a conference where we were talking about how it's so important for people to be in walking distance from so many of these services, whether it's the, as listed here, dentistry or the grocery store. And then I look at the contracting side and I'm also like, do we really want to be in a position where we are charging contractors more than Sausalito charges contractors? I mean, it's maybe being a little biased and applying some opinions, but again, I think just seeing where the numbers are landing makes me a little bit nervous. And I get it. All the communities have updated their tax rates at different times. You know, they're all using slightly different methodologies, but just knowing that our businesses could be in some situations being the highest compared to some of our neighbors. And that's balanced with the fact that we're saying that our residential, we're going to keep where it is, that, you know, you know, our small businesses will be paying less, but potentially to the effect of really impacting some of our larger businesses more dramatically. The only other thing that I would say is I hope, and I don't know if this is even possible, but to have this be the kind of tax measure that is rolled in over several years, as opposed to my tax bill just went from $900 to $4,300 in 1 year. So I don't know if that's something that's possible, but I would hope that there's, I guess if we were to do that, that would mean we would actually lose money potentially. So I don't know if that's possible, but I do have a concern that could be a dramatic change for some businesses.
Robin? No.
One of my interests in pursuing this is to recognize that we have a 0.5% sales tax on goods. We don't have anything like that on other businesses, and so there's an inequity there. And from what I've read, the lower the income of a household, the larger the share of its income it spends on taxable goods. So in a sense, taking those two together, our taxing framework is regressive, like even worse than regressive. So I've wanted to rectify that. And the Model 3 proposed rates wouldn't bring that to parity at 0.5%. You know, they're less than 0.5%, all of them. They do raise the tax rate. So I got an imputed tax rate of 0.07% on general and retail. You look at current revenue versus the estimated gross. And so this would be an increase on that. The Model 3 is an increase on that, whereas I would at least want to take that even lower because patrons of those businesses are already paying a 0.5% additional. So I'm not sure how to get from here to there. I looked at the possibility of taking everything to 0.4%, both the sales tax and the taxes on gross receipts of other businesses, and that would provide some additional revenue based on the numbers. But that again would be a large increase from where we are. So I'm kind of struggling to find a happy place here. But I can put out, you know, my principle is to try to at least equalize so they're all paying the same rate. I mean, my real preference would be to have a rate that's higher on businesses that tend to have patrons who are higher income households. which might be professional and service, for instance. But I don't know that that's that feasible because of where they're at currently. That would be an even larger increase. So I don't know if anybody else has ideas on this.
If I could just add, one of the reasons for the fact that the proposed under Model 3 gross receipts tax rate on general retail is the lowest of the categories is in fact essentially a reflection of the fact that they are contributing to the tax base in a way that services or professional categories are not, via the sales tax. And so there is that, there is some, I wouldn't say equalization, but there is some movement in that direction to address or to see address that issue of how sales tax functions in terms of what businesses are contributing. It doesn't address per se the regressive nature of a sales tax itself, but it is sort of baked into the proposed rates. The other piece, two other pieces I would offer. One is that the sales tax does feel to businesses a bit different because they are collecting it from the consumer, so it is essentially paid by the consumer and passed through by the business to the state and then back to us. Now, the truth is the business chooses to pass on any of its costs, sales tax, business license tax, anything, anyway, but I think it feels different to businesses. The second piece is there is a small bump for us with respect to online shopping in terms of how our local half-cent sales tax functions. We get 100% of the half-cent sales tax for stuff that's shipped into the city, where we do not come anywhere close to that on the online shopping impact that comes through our regular 1% base rate. So I don't know what that number is. Maybe could get some help figuring it out, but it is a bump for us that happens, as well as the fact that on the local sales tax, there are folks who come in from other jurisdictions who buy things here, and we take their money very happily.
Yeah, so in response, I'll just note that from the figures presented to us, the current business license revenue from general retail is $139,000, and Model 3 with the $25,000 threshold, it's $280,000. So it would be effectively increasing the tax on those businesses that, in whole, if you consider the sales tax, are already taxed higher than any other business. So is there anything to prevent a business from putting its business license tax, if it was on gross receipts, as like a separate line on their invoices? In other words, to say like Albany business license tax, 0.5%, so it shows up like a sales tax.
Sure. I don't know that cashiering systems are regularly set up for such things, but businesses could absolutely make more explicit the pass-through / impact of that.
I think I've seen that in some restaurants in certain cities now, that they're adding like lines. You've seen it, yeah.
Yeah, like healthcare and
Yeah. But not all, like you were saying, not all POS systems are able to do that, especially, if a little bit more antiquated kind of.
Any other comments? So we need to give some kind of direction, which we haven't done yet. So where are we?
I mean, again, my interest is in reducing the tax on retailing goods, not increasing it, but then that entails increasing everything else. I wonder about having another threshold for a higher rate. I mean, I don't know what the distribution is of gross receipts per business, if you will. So, you know, how many businesses are there that have gross receipts that in a sector that's over, you know, 5 times the average or 10 times the average, and could they have a higher rate for over that threshold? I don't know, does HDL have any data on the distribution of incomes per business within the different sectors?
We do. We have some. We have to be cautious about what we can share in a public setting, but what I can tell you is that about 37% of your businesses, based on our model, have gross receipts above the $100,000 threshold. Excuse me. So most, again, there's sort of a power law distribution to in most business economies, and you're going to find that, you know, a handful of businesses dominate, and so yeah, again, 37% or so of your businesses, 662 based on the model, would we estimate would report above 100,000 in gross receipts. Everybody else would be below that threshold.
100,000 isn't a lot when we're talking about, you know, keeping a business going and stuff like that. I would think that that number would need to go higher.
Well, I think the 100,000 number was for the flat $100 fee for the first $100,000. So that'd be a 0.1%. And then beyond that, it would be whatever rates, you know, were proposed. So that's a form of bracketing. It's to help for new business formation, because otherwise the new business would be paying 0.35% or 0.25%, depending on its sector, on its first 100,000, and so it can't, like, it's harder for it to get off the ground. So that was the purpose behind that, having just a flat amount for the first X increment of income of the business.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that I think that first increment would need to be higher. That's what I'm saying, like 200,000. Like anything under.
What would be the rate for that, or what would they pay for that first 200,000? The same thing, the 10%?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then that means the businesses that.
And then
revenue
anything
over
above that, yeah.
And then the revenue over that would have to be even more than Model 3 has. So I guess to put something on the table, let's say it's $200,000. Let's make it 0.1% up to $200,000, and 0.5% over $2,000, $200,000, so that it brings at least that portion that is above that for the larger businesses in line with the sales tax, and see where we end up. And then for retail businesses, for them it's just, I'd really rather just zero it out, but I'd probably imagine there's some value to the city to actually have the data of what the businesses in the city are. So maybe some nominal fee, like $100 per business, because again, their consumers are already paying 0.5%. So I don't know.
I'm lost.
Okay, yes, it's complicated. So the retail businesses already, their patrons are already paying 0.5%. So I certainly don't want to increase the business license tax on them, which Model 3 does propose doing. I'd actually rather want to decrease it to 0, because we're already getting 0.5% from them. But I don't know if going to 0 has negative ramifications in terms of the system and understanding. Part of the value of the business license tax is understanding what businesses we have in the city. So my interest would be, what does it look like if we go to some fixed amount for retail businesses, nominal fixed amount? We go to $200,000 for 0.1% for the other business sectors, other than residential rental, and then we go to, I don't know, 0.4% or 0.5% above $200,000 for businesses in the other sectors.
I'm not convinced that the 0.5% that they're already paying is part of this discussion. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure I agree with you.
Okay, well, I mean, so that's a policy point.
Right.
I mean, I'm saying I want the wealthier households to be paying on an equal basis to the less wealthy households. But that's a policy point, so I don't know how many members agree with that concept and don't. That's kind of a threshold question.
Sorry, I think I'm keeping up with you, Preston, but I'm asking for a visual aid to be up on the screen.
Sure.
To make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, because again, I think I know what you're saying, but I'm not sure.
So you're going to bring up a spreadsheet?
Yeah, he's bringing up just slide 23. So I'm sorry, I'm looking for this slide. Let me get slide 23. So if we take this slide, you're saying
Yes.
the flat rate, the minimum gross receipt is 200,000.
Right.
Okay. And then where it says rates per thousand, am I hearing that you're saying those will
all be $4 or $5?
$4 or $5 because
Yeah.
that's
Roughly equivalent to sales tax.
so everyone's up to 200,000 is paying a flat fee.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the amount of money that you make above and beyond 200,000, you're paying 0.5%
Right.
of your gross receipts.
Yeah.
I think that's the math.
You think what?
What? That's what you say?
I think that's the math.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I just needed the visual because I was trying to understand what happened after the 200,000.
Sure.
I thought you were saying there was no increased rate after that, so, okay.
So what would be the flat rate?
That would be a question. I mean,
Okay, so
The
what would be the fixed amount?
yeah, I mean, if you follow the pattern before, they were essentially, if the pattern that staff proposed before was 25,000 for the first 25,000, it was 50 for the first
Right.
50, so it'd be 200 if you followed staff's pattern. I don't know if that's the right number, but I'm just saying that
That would follow.
that would
the
follow
pattern.
staff's
Lower
pattern.
rate 200 is kind of spicy for a new business formation, but you know, if you're just trying to get a business off the ground, but let's set that aside for the moment.
Okay, so it would be 200 for the first 200,000.
Right.
And then over that, it would be
0.5%.
0.5.
I mean, different models could be run, but that would be the idea.
It doesn't matter what the business is.
Doesn't matter what the business is, just to keep it simpler. I mean, we could vary it by business sector, but
I think if the council gives us general direction with some range of flexibility, we can run some more models together. It may not be these exact numbers,
Yeah.
given the revenue balance and all the overall considerations, but I think we've heard general consensus on approach, and then we can run some options in return.
I think, yeah, it's pretty clear what we're trying to do and trying to, keep into consideration of. So I think, that would be wonderful if you could come back to us with some of those concerns addressed, I guess.
Does that work? Does that model work?
I think, I don't know, like Eric and I should be doing hand signals or something. I can't kick him under the table, or he can't kick me under the table. I think generally speaking, the answer is yes. We may need to get a little creative in how we package it to come back together, but I can see, some of what the discussion has been leaning toward. I do think there's the threshold question of whether the sales tax amount is sort of really germane to this or not, and how it plays into that. But I think we can address that when we come back.
Yeah, I mean, I will say my number one concern is that we be careful that we don't set up a business tax system that is perceived to be very anti-business, and we inadvertently lose our biggest sales tax payers. So,
yeah. So under the idea of part of this proposal is that we're either essentially keeping the rate the same, or my preference is to zero it out for the retail sellers. So we would actually be lowering their tax burden.
Yes.
So we'd be
hoping
supporting.
that's what the numbers show us.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've got my own spreadsheet, and it looks like that's how it would play out. But we'll see the experts what they have to say. Would it be useful to? And this may be a meeting of the Audit and Financial Sustainability Committee may be coming anyway. I think I might have heard some rumbling about. I don't know if that's the case or not. To consider Q3 financials or something. Well, anyway, would it be useful to have that body meet to kind of check in on some of this?
I think that you have 5 brains working on this and have already given input, so it's likely best to keep at this body. And also seeing that we're already in May, we've got a pinch of time here.
So one last question is, do we want to have a revenue target? And I think at some point there was increased revenue was to be 321. So if we're kind of moving things around, do we want to?
Yes.
We want to have the answer before we do the problem?
Yeah. I had $500,000 in mind.
$500,000?
Increase. I know that isn't one of the models they had, but given what we're facing with in various ways with our budget, so we have this, and then we have what we're going to discuss next.
So are you saying all of what we're discussing together, or just this would?
Just this piece.
Would be
$500,000 increase.
Okay, and that's
as a target.
I think than we have anywhere. Is that?
Yeah, I think the highest we have was 350 or something like that.
I think we can work with that somewhere between the 300-ish and what would it look like if we could. We're going to have to see what this looks like. Sure. This is a new creative enterprise, so we'll go in the range of 300 to 500 and see what that looks like.
Very good.
How's that?
That's great.
Okay. All right. So you have what you need. We can move on to the next thing and take a break.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. All right. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So it's 10. We'll be extending. But so is 10 minutes okay? That work for everybody? All right.
That'd
Okay.
be great.
We'll be back at 10:08. All right, we're back yet again. 8-3, update to emergency medical services, advanced life support, fire protection tax. May we have a staff report again, please?
We do have a staff report. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm still Rena Schwartz, your Finance Director. I still know who I am. I will be joined this evening by Amanda Welker, who will be promoted to a panelist. She will be presenting virtually as well, but I want to provide some introductory comments. So the item in front of you is talking about some potential changes to our emergency medical services, advanced life support, and fire protection tax, often referred to colloquially as Measure K, which is the measure as it was in the ballot in 2022. One of the main reasons for bringing this forward is with the announcement that the Golden Gate Fields properties are likely to go to public ownership, while they currently contribute about $400,000 a year to the Measure K tax base, which is about 19% of our revenue. Those would become tax-exempt parcels under public ownership. So we have a need to replace that revenue by amending the measure. At the same time, a couple of other considerations arose. One is to take a look at the tax methodology. It's currently done on the basis of a per lot square footage methodology. The proposal in front of you analyzes looking at a per building square foot methodology. Building square footage as opposed to undeveloped land or just pure lot size is a better proxy for service demand for emergency medical services, and so gives us the ability to propose that as a tax model. Also limits the potential downside of other areas of large undeveloped parcels if they were to change ownership. The second is consideration in front of you is that although Measure K is a relatively recent tax and is intended to fully fund emergency medical services, we have found that it does not. Costs for emergency medical service provision, primarily labor, have increased more quickly than was anticipated when Measure K was approved in 2022, and so this is an opportunity to address that. So there are a couple of components to look at there. One is that the gap in between current revenues and expenditures in the EMS program is estimated to be approximately $200,000 to $300,000 a year. So that's kind of a minimum tax increase, if you will, in addition to any redistribution based on the methodology that we would recommend that we move forward with. Secondly, there has been some interest in the fire department in having an additional position, which would be an additional cost. And then there's the likelihood that costs will continue to increase at a faster rate than revenues, just because the revenues are primarily property tax based. Those are growing 2 to 3% a year. Labor costs are typically growing 4 to 5% a year. And so we continue to find ourselves in a situation that outstrips revenue growth with our expenditure growth. And so there is the consideration of whether to build in some capacity to handle that so that we have a sustainable base going forward. The report is written providing the comparison between the $2 million current revenue base and a $3 million revenue base. That $3 million number is not set in stone by any stretch of the imagination. It is a target to give you a picture of what those rates would look like to produce that dollar amount. You can imagine the scaling that if we went to a 500,000, so 2.5 as opposed to 3, it would drop down. So just know that part of the ask this evening is that we get feedback. One, on the methodology, is building square footage a better proxy than lot square footage, and to what's an appropriate revenue target for us so we can refine those estimates. With that, I am going to turn it over to Amanda Welker from NBS, who's done the tax modeling for us. You've met Amanda before. She has worked on other tax measures for us. This street light, street tree was the most recent. So she has a brief presentation, and then we'll be available to answer any questions.
Thank you for the introduction, Raina, and good evening, Mayor McQuaid, council members, and city staff. Thank you for having me. We'll just jump right in. I know it's getting late, so I will try to hold your attention and we'll be happy to answer any questions at the end. So you could take it to the next slide, please. So as your finance director, Ms. Schwartz, has introduced, we are here to present modeling for a parcel tax measure that could renew and replace the existing Measure K. The measure could potentially make adjustments to the methodology as stated from a lot square footage to a building square footage methodology, and potentially also increase the revenues for the parcel tax. Next slide, please. So the current Measure K funds emergency medical services to the citizens of Albany. This existing measure is calculated again on a a rate per lot square footage basis and generates approximately $2 million annually. So tonight we'd like council to consider if the existing model or a new proposed model or variation thereof would be an improvement to revenue stability long-term. And next slide, please. Thank you. So as you can imagine, emergency medical service tend to be needed where people live, work, shop, and visit, and therefore developed property is typically where these emergency medical services are deployed and rendered. As mentioned by Mayor McQuaid earlier and also Ms. Schwartz, the future transfer of Golden Gate Fields property to public agency ownership is an example of the impacts that the current methodology based on lot square footage can have on the existing revenue stream. As in this example, in this case, public agencies are exempt from special taxation, and therefore the Golden Gate Fields changing ownership will potentially reduce the existing revenue stream by about 20%. Of that existing $2 million revenue, so pretty significant there. However, modeling the proposed measure by building square footage rather than lot square footage, that will eliminate that the instability there with those large undeveloped parcels. That lot square footage is so significant that having it based on that developed property building square footage would reduce that risk in the revenue. And then the methodology too would also more closely align with service demands based on, again, property development and that relationship between building size rather than just the lot size. And next slide, please. So from a reasonableness perspective, we've again identified that building square footage is a reasonable method to identify potential service demand for a given parcel. And for modeling purposes, we've used a revenue target of 3 million. And that was again based on the total building square feet of taxable property in the city. And that rate comes out to just over 32 cents per building square foot at that $3 million target. Should council wish to reduce that revenue target, the rate per building square foot would be less. So for example, a $2 million target would reduce that per building square foot by a third, or down to 21.5 cents per building square foot. The change in methodology at the existing $2 million revenue target is shown here in the table based on the average special tax amounts by parcel type. So as you can see, there is very little impact to the average rate of single family households. Again, this is just strictly based on the average building square footage by these parcel types. So when we're saying single family here, it's because we're looking at the average essentially the average lot square footages in the current method and the average building square footages in the new method are very similar in ratio to the new rate. So there's not a huge change there. But then you'll see that there is a significant impact to non-residential, and that's mostly because undeveloped property would now no longer be taxed. Again, this would be a per building square foot rate methodology, so undeveloped property would no longer receive a special tax. And then there would be an increase to the condo and multifamily properties, and that would be due to the share of that vertical building square footage on each parcel of property rather than just the footprint of the property or the underlying parcel that would typically be split amongst those condos. So that would be eliminated, and therefore each condo would be responsible for the actual building square footage of their parcel or their condo. And next slide, please. And then this table shows the overall change, the average change by land use classification from the existing tax methodology to a per building square foot methodology at that $3 million revenue target. Again, this shifts the basis of the tax from land area to developed building area. And you can see there that there's a positive change for all of the residential categories, and then that negative decrease in total average amount for the non-residential. And as the per building square foot methodology is again a universal application, the above table is a sampling of the average total special tax amounts based on the building square footage ranges provided. So this could be for any category again, because the application of the rate is just based on square footage. And then this table would be representative of that $3 million revenue target. And thank you. And then this table is a snapshot of the total potential revenue at a target of 3 million before any low-income exemptions and rebates. And this shows that there's approximately 9.6 million taxable building square feet within the city, which is what we've used to determine the necessary rate per square foot to achieve that $3 million target. An additional provision for consideration in the tax measure is to add language to include possessory interest parcels as taxable if the public entity owning the parcel leases the property to a private entity conducting for-profit business. In this model, we've included several publicly owned parcels that have private lessors conducting business. So there's just a couple images here that you can see for some examples of those businesses. And please note, apologies on this slide. It was my understanding that this was already a policy decision, but I've learned from some discussions that there may still be some ongoing discussion regarding the low income exemption program. So please insert the word may in here as necessary so that those policy decisions can be discussed and vetted further. We just only wanted to introduce the concept that should any changes to the low income program be made, any policy changes, that language would then be incorporated into the proposed tax measure. And then just some information there on the total exemptions, discounts, and rebates from the prior year, and that the current estimate for at that $3 million target, there would be about 80,000 potentially that would be exempted from the special parcel tax should there be changes to the low income program from the very low income exemption to the low income exemption at 100% instead of the 50%. And this table presents the proposed and projected revenue at the initial target of 3 million over the next several years, with a maximum CPI inflator not to exceed 3%. Should increases to development occur, then the building square footage may increase, which would potentially increase the revenue further. And the steps outlined here are inclusive of the remaining steps of the ballot measure process. Once both the revenue target and rate methodologies are directed by council, MBS would finalize the rate modeling and prepare the final memo. Staff and legal counsel would draft the ballot measure language and resolution for council approval. And then after that time, the resolution consolidating with the November 2026 general election would be submitted to the county. And if that ballot measure were approved by voters, it would replace Measure K on tax bills beginning in 27-28. And thank you. So again, tonight we are just seeking council's direction on the following items, and most specifically just on the methodology that we've presented and the desired revenue target, should you like to move forward with this. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and I'd be glad to answer any questions regarding the modeling.
Thank you. Before we start with questions, I'll make a motion we extend until 11, including 10.10-1.
I'll second.
Do we have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero,
Yes.
Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yep.
Councilmember Mickey.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, do we have council questions?
Yes. So the recommendation for deputy fire chief, could you say more about what the benefit of that would be? Because that's a fairly expensive position that's being proposed.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Jordan. It really was the ideal analysis versus what might be realistically achievable to see, what that looks like in numbers. To have additional structure within the fire department, sort of that second in command, to help with the administrative and programmatic work, the planning work and whatnot, versus staff on shifts, which are there for a couple of days and then leave, and then that project gets dusty from here to there. It's also some feedback from our recently retired chief that position could potentially be an ideal support. That said, the figures that you've just seen don't seem to really indicate that may be the sweet spot, if you will, for the voters. So really the range for consideration is somewhere between the 2 to 3 million, understanding some of those added costs that we're already anticipating outside of adding a position. So it may not line up.
Thank you. The 80,000, estimate of 80,000 uncollectible, how was that developed?
We took the average of the residential property types, and we multiplied that by the number of applicants that we had at our highest year. So get kind of just a rough estimate at the $3 million target.
Okay, thank you. And the model included tax on undeveloped property.
If there is absolutely no building on there, then there is no tax.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, well, I want to jump on sort of that train of thought. The 11 acres on Albany Hill that's we didn't talk about this. That's currently undeveloped. Is there any way that we can add another category to tax as an urban wildland area? I mean, that seems to me that that's an area that certainly could use some fire support in an emergency. Is there a way to add that in?
We can take a look at that.
That's my only question right now.
So maybe building on those two comments, undeveloped land, I think, still has EMS response. And so I think there should be a certain fee. And I recognize we are basing this on square footage, but I'm wondering if there is a minimum square footage fee that is assigned to every parcel. So that could be like a minimum FAR or something. Could be, I don't know, we're allowed 0.55 FAR, so it could even be like 0.1. So like a tiny building on a big parcel may still have EMS responses for fire, for whatnot. So that may cover the undeveloped as well, essentially, if we have a minimum amount that is charged to any parcel. Something to consider. Sorry, that got into discussions. So I just want to make sure that I understand this. With the potential loss of funds from Golden Gate Fields, that's 20% of our current anticipated Measure K?
Yes, it's 400,000 out of the existing 2 million.
Which, one of the things that I noted in the math, and I appreciate both offering us a different methodology to avoid this problem in the future, but one of the things that I would appreciate is having the math that essentially says, were we not to change methodology in order to cover the $2 million, it is a 25% increase on everyone's tax bill. Because a 20% loss means a 25% increase to cover that amount. And I think that's helpful for people to understand that, like, even if we don't change methodology to get back to $2 million, we would basically have to say blanketly everyone is going to go up 25%.
Is there a question coming?
Sorry. Sorry, I just want to, I guess that's still not a question, so I'll stop.
Do you have any questions? Anything else from council? Okay. I think I saw some hands. We have some online folk.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Brian Martin. I understand, my question is primarily about Golden Gate Fields. I know that has been discussed some in this meeting already, and I haven't heard every single minute of it, but I was wondering if in the news reports, the parks say that they're in conversation with the cities of Albany and Berkeley, and of course none of that's been public, and that there will be a public process later. And so one question I have is for taxes like this, how much of if the park system, it says they're in conversation with the city about its tax base. So for this kind of thing, it sounds like there needs to be some sort of structure. So if the park, if there was going to be like a hot dog stand out there, or peanuts or whatever, then what kind of is it based on sales or square footage? Like, would there need to be a huge building out there, or a large revenue stream out there to offset the loss in tax dollars? Thanks.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, sorry, this is Jean Wu. I'm having a really interesting time understanding the rationale for just doing the square footage of developed land and not doing anything about undeveloped land, because for sure, undeveloped land can get dry and become tinder and start fires. And I don't think that you should just exempt all undeveloped land just because it doesn't have square footage on it. The other thing that strikes me as important is that some additional square footage may not be inhabited square footage and may just be not even an ADU, just storage space or something. Would you be counting that as something that you would charge against because it's on developed land, even though it's not inhabited? So I think I have some questions about the underlying rationale for exempting undeveloped land, and also what exactly is included in the developed land parcels.
Thank you for your comments.
No other online commenters.
Great, thank you. Staff, is there any response to the comments?
I would just offer that our fire department provides both EMS and fire services. They are split between the EMS fund, funded by Measure K, and the general fund funded on the fire side. So while this Measure K that was put in place does have a fire protection component in it, its primary intent was to fully fund EMS services, hence the thought process regarding potentially building square foot methodology. So I think there's room to refine, but that's the rationale behind that is fire suppression is primarily funded by the general fund, or in fact, exclusively funded by the general fund for the most part.
Thank you. So moving on to council comments. Let's go to council, Vice Mayor. Go first.
Sure. I was just going to respond.
Well, actually, I was just going to ask a little bit more detail, because also one of the comments discussing, oh my gosh, did I just lose it? Well, any of the vacant land space could potentially, I mean, somebody could be walking around there, trip, break an ankle, there's still, medical response that could potentially happen for that. Also, the caller mentioned about what square footage would it be based on, and I believe that it would be based on what would be considered livable square footage, correct?
It's based on building as defined in the county assessor's database.
Okay, so technically the livable square footage is would have to be of a certain height. Like they couldn't just take a basement and be like, it's a 3-foot basement and this is part of the square footage. So it wouldn't be based on that part of the square footage. Does that make sense?
It's that building component.
Yeah.
When you look at your property tax bill, it says
Exactly.
building. That's the building component.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just offer on, and I'm just trying to look up the code on Measure K, whether explicitly or not, part of the calibration of that measure was to fund an additional position per shift, so it's 3 additional positions. So in whatever sense this measure is supporting, we need to continue supporting that. So whether you consider that EMS or fire suppression, I mean, fire protection was mentioned in the language in the measure. So it's not, I know it's through the EMS fund, but in some sense the EMS fund became the EMS, ALS, FP fund. In terms of on undeveloped land, the nexus there, I think that certainly should be taxed because it does have that fire protection element that was in Measure K. And it would be essentially a split roll tax, which I know cities have. So one proposal would be keep the rate the same as it is currently on undeveloped land. The rate that is on all land, keep it the same for undeveloped land, which would be 0.0 or 0.075, 7.5 cents per square foot, or increase it in some measure the way everybody else is facing an increase for the most part. And that will certainly generate some revenue. In terms of the amount of increased revenue to target, I mean, I'm more inclined on one hand to just keep things whole and not add a position. I'm not averse to revisiting adding a position with more information about what that position is going to accomplish. And I should say, this is all very late breaking, so I really appreciate the work that staff has done on this. And so that we don't have kind of more information on what that extra position would do is sort of a symptom of scrambling a bit to deal with the current situation. So I just want to be clear, I appreciate the work that staff has done to bring it to this point. Another feature I'm interested in that I just heard about at the Mosquito Abatement District was that it has a 3% increase every year, CPI up to 3%, but it has an additional feature which I'd never heard of before, which is that if CPI increases over 3%, then it accumulates that, so that if the CPI in a future year is, say, 1%, then it can raise it by 2 or 3%. And I strongly suggest that we have that feature in our measures going forward, because inflation is potentially going to do something really crazy coming up here, and we've seen it be crazy in not the recent past. So I think we need to protect ourselves in that regard.
If I could just add, I've often heard that to make sure that I understand it, phrased in kind of the reverse, which is it goes up by 1%, you bank 2%. It goes up by 1%, you bank 2%. Now it goes up by 6%, you've got 3 that you can go, but you've banked 2 little 2s, so you have the ability to collectively go from start to finish up 3, 3, 3, as long as you don't exceed that. So just, I've heard it described the reverse way, which is you essentially bank CPIs until it goes above, but you could wait out your, apparently I don't need that piece of paper.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I understand the reverse, which I'm not sure I do, I think the advantage of having a 3% ceiling is to help people bridge those high inflation moments. I mean, obviously then the city takes the hit, but then when inflation comes back down, the city can catch up. So yeah, it's a policy decision rather than banking the difference and then saying, okay, well now we've got 3% in the bank, we can raise 3% plus 3% and raise it 6% a year.
Only if CPI goes up that far. That's
yeah,
what
I understand. Yeah.
I guess the difference I'm hearing between what Preston is describing and what you're describing is that in Preston's situation, you'd never go above 3, versus what I understood you were saying is if the previous years were 1 and 2, you would have banked 3, so you could actually take it all the way up to 6%. And it's kind of, do we want our citizens necessarily being hit personally by 6% increases in everything they're paying for, plus their tax that year goes up 6%? The danger is, how long does it take for CPI to get low enough that the city starts to make chipping away at that? So, sorry to, yes, they're two of the same things, but the way that the consumer gets hit by it is very different.
Right, so it's really a policy decision. Yeah.
Anything?
If you could jump to someone else so I can get back to my train of thought.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is good. I mean, I can see the need for the deputy chief. I'm not sure we need to get it into the specific, yes, we will do this. Could be a possibility. I mean, how vague can we be? I mean, if we do this and in a year or so we find we have enough wiggle room, we really need this position, we have them. I mean, we're not frauding anybody. We have the money. It's just adding it in. So, yeah.
Well, if I may, I think it's a matter of what size increase do you want to target, and then what happens with the money is.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
I'm just noting the kind of percent increase in change as we change methodology. And it seems to be, okay, let me back up. Perhaps in the old system, condominiums and multifamily weren't necessarily paying their fair share. I'm not going to say one way or not where they were, but they are taking the brunt of the increase, even if we try and stay at 2 million, right? Mm-hmm. And then when you painted in a picture of everyone's rates were going to go up 25% to cover Golden Gate Field being lost, if we were to keep it on the land basis, we have taken it's an even, instead of a 2% change, the percentage less that a single family house is going to pay is even, like they're paying even less, right? And then same thing with the non-residential. And so in that sense, it makes the condos and multifamily look like they're paying even more. Now, you could say that maybe previously it wasn't quite split the right way, but I am a little bit nervous about the fact that, non-residential is getting a 42% reduction if we stay at $2 million, and multifamily is getting an 85% increase, or condominiums are paying 180%. And so I don't know how we balance that, because that seems, that seems
I agree with
not
what you're.
quite equitable.
I totally see what you're saying, and I saw, yeah.
And I will note that condominiums do not increase in value in the way that most other real estate increases in value. If you just watch the prices of what happens at like Pierce Street.
Not to mention the HOA fees that continue to be compounded. I mean, those HOA fees have gone exponentially through the roof. And that partially that's also, driven by the insurance industry, is that they're requiring condo HOAs to have certain amount of reserves by a certain time. And so some of these complexes are really scrambling to catch up on their reserves. So if we hit them with anything more on top of it, that's going to additionally make it that much less affordable for people to live in our city.
So I can provide some context to why Measure K is the way it is. So I was on a ad hoc committee to design that measure, and we had the option of building square footage or land square footage. And because of the existence of Golden Gate Fields, we went with land for square footage because it put more of the burden on the commercial sector. I think it was Brian Martin made he asked me about this and made the point, well, when hopefully the Albany Bowl property gets developed, there's not going to be any increase in revenue from that, but there's going to be a massive increase in the number of people there, and not massive, but an incremental increase in demand. And so residential square footage is really a better proxy for demand on EMS services. That said, I also saw, it's a pretty eye-popping increase for condominium. And so maybe there needs to be a different rate. I don't know.
So
if that's
maybe a multifamily rate or something like that, where, because they're not, because, the square footage that they're owning, it's like really, paint to paint kind of thing.
Right.
So perhaps there is some sort of component that we make a different rating system for multiple dwellings, multi-dwelling
like
units.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So to balance it out, I think that's a great idea. I will offer on the non-residential, while it looks like it's going down dramatically, correct me if I'm wrong, but that could be entirely an effect of what Golden Gate Fields pays being a part of the average. So I don't know that it's actually going down. It may be going up, for all I know. If you take Golden Gate Fields out of the existing and you take the average now, it may be going up, it may be going down. I don't know.
Yes, sorry, apologies. That appears to be the footnote 1 that they added to the non-residential. So,
Okay. And also on the commercial side of things, I mean, should that, and again, when you're saying commercial, unless it's a owner user, most of these times these commercial buildings are owned by someone else, and so the sales tax and all that stuff is being used by the business that's renting that facility or leasing that facility. But I think that we should still have some sort of significant, tax on those buildings, the commercial sites, because say, for example, somebody's shopping down at a local big box retail chain, and there's emergencies that are I'm always seeing police and fire and stuff down there for whatever incidents. So
do you have in mind that the rate on commercial would be, say, the same as single residence properties, or higher, or?
perhaps, or maybe they take the brunt off of some of the multifamily, just kind of try to balance it out with that. Like, whatever that looks like, reducing multi-dwelling square footage, but increasing that commercial component just a bit. Would that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of small, independent businesses, and I mean, you tell me.
We're talking about the buildings, the building owners.
Sure, I understand that, but to
So-
what extent is the building owner going to pass that through to the independent business and potentially hurt independent businesses? So I'm a little leery of that ramification.
Well, maybe it's of a certain size building. I don't know. Do you have any recommendations on this or thoughts about this?
I think what we've heard so far could give Amanda and me some ways to think about options for restructuring the tax that don't fully exclude undeveloped property. I heard that pretty clearly. So we want to see some tax base come from undeveloped property. And we want to have some recognition that maybe building square footage for a condo or a multifamily isn't exactly the same as building square footage on a square foot by square foot basis as a single family residence, because it exists all stacked up on top of each other, essentially. So kind of listening to those two things, I think we could potentially look at what some options are. And I'm going to see if Amanda's going to nod her head, because we can't do the kicking under the table thing again because they're located somewhere else. But I think we could put together some options that kind of try to balance that without making it too complex, so that we achieve the revenue. We still have that to come back to. Achieve the revenue and spread a little bit more across the entire base, so as to both recognize the calls for service that might come from undeveloped properties. People wander around and twist their ankles, and to maybe even out some of the very sharp spikes that exist under just the building square foot model for condominiums and multifamily. So unless Amanda just gives me a big thumbs down, I'm going to assume that she is okay with what I just said. You okay with that?
Yes, and sorry, I think my camera is a little choppy, but I am nodding and smiling.
And do we need to answer any of these other questions to give you a little
Revenue
bit more?
target, please.
Revenue target?
Yeah.
Are we all in agreement with like the 3 million is what were the revenue target? No? Okay, what revenue target?
Just going back to the percentage increases. So the old rate was 7.74, I think, as 7.5, so 7.5 cents. The rough numbers that were being thrown around, if we were to try and stay at 2 million, it's 21 cents per square foot. So any building FAR that is 0.33, am I getting that math right? Which is a third of the size of the lot, will have no tax change. Sorry. So just as a reference. So if you have a building that occupies half the lot, we might have a grocery store that does that, then that in sense means that their tax rate will go up. So you're right, that 42% is being way thrown off by a couple of large properties. But I just wanted to throw out there because it is primarily the single family houses that are getting the discount. And I raised that, sorry, to just jump to about the 2 and 3 is that, I mean, that's just looking at staying at 2 million before we even talk about jumping to 3 million. So I would like to just take a vote on the position, maybe like the addition of a position. I mean, one of my big concerns here is I know the justification for we need to bring this from the the Albany voters because we have this huge potential of losing Golden Gate Fields, right? So absolutely. But we are also combining a whole bunch of other things, right? The fact that it's costing us $200,000 plus each year, right, more, that we want to change our methodology, plus we want to potentially add another person. So like the more complicated we make this, I mean, we just asked the voters 4 years ago for this. And I think we as Albany has done a great job of delivering on what we said we were going to do. But if we make this too complicated, I don't know that we're going to get as many voters that are very happy. I think we can convince them we lost Golden Gate Fields. We need to make up for this. In order to avoid that in the future, we're also changing the methodology, right? Then it comes to it's like, I'm comfortable getting that far, but then the question is, are we asking for $200,000 more because we actually have a shortfall or more? I'm really nervous at this point to be asking for another position. Like, I think that is just going to be too far. And this is not the only thing we're asking our voters to vote on money-wise.
So can I just suggest or think about one other thing? I tend to agree with you on that. The single family goes down significantly, a little over 18%. I'm wondering if there's a way to kind of spread out between the single family, the condominium, and the multifamily. If that could be like, they're not going to be equal, but maybe they go down 10% and the others go up a little bit.
I think that's what we're going to take a look at.
Okay.
I didn't want to lock the single family in at what it is. Let's see if we can get a consensus on the position. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do we,
Sure. I mean, it kind of sounds like you have it, and that's
Yeah.
completely understandable.
yeah. Are we all there?
And we're trying to keep it capped at 3.
So, yeah, that is it. Are we asking for 2? Are we asking for 2.2? Or are we asking for 3?
Or are you just going to see how much you can get?
2.3 or 2.4.
I think once you balance it out, we're going to end
How
up.
about we come back with 2.5 and a reconfiguration, and then you can see whether that sort of works more or less across the board, and then we can do further refinements rather than trying to decide if it's $224,000 today or $274,000.
I would agree with that. And then I would also agree that we would continue with the renter rebate program, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah, go ahead.
So, very quickly on that, until the sidewalk tax that was on the most recent ballot, all of our tax measures that have an exemption or rebate were set at the very low income threshold per HUD guidelines, 100%. With the sidewalk tax, we added a second layer that said for the sidewalk tax only, you get a 50% rebate if you meet the low income threshold, so more opening that up to more people, but at 50%. That has turned out to be administratively burdensome and produces very small checks that are very expensive to process and send. The recommendation is we don't do a two-tier system because it really doesn't work very effectively. So sidewalk tax is going to sit by itself for the moment. And I think the real question then is stay with the very low income threshold and not expand it to the tier between very low income and low income, or extend it up to the low income and open it up quite a bit more widely. One offers a benefit to more people potentially, but carries with it greater financial cost and an unknown amount at this point because we don't know how many folks in that category would apply, except for the very little bit we know from the 1 year of the sidewalk tax that we've had in. And so that's the recommendation, was to see if we could move toward the direction that was done with the sidewalk tax, which is open it up to more folks by upping that to the low income rather than just very low income. But it does expose more risk, and it is, the policy direction is requested as to whether we stick with our very low income, we go up to the low income, and respectively request that we not have a two-tier system.
Yeah, I would offer that the sidewalk tax was the first one to have it. So if the more that have the two-tier system, then the more the administrative burden makes sense because the higher the check. If we go to full exemption rebate for all low-income households that are outside University Village, it increases the eligibility pool dramatically based on the census data. So I'm quite worried about doing that in terms of what it would mean for the revenue that's projected, and Yeah, so I'm not keen on going to 100% rebate for, or exemption for low, in between that very low income and low income.
So are you suggesting we just do very low?
I mean, I would say either do very low or continue on with the model that was set by the sidewalk tax, because the idea was if that's implemented in all of our taxes, then it becomes a meaningful amount of money. I didn't know anybody was even applying for an exemption of the sidewalk tax. Those numbers aren't on the website. Do you have any idea how many households that is?
I don't. I do know there's some very small checks that are going out, which is, it's more complex to process because it's like these people do this thing and these people do this thing, but there are some very small checks, and that is a big burden for very little impact.
Absolutely. I didn't think anybody would.
The cost of the check is more than
yeah.
the
Substantially
actual
more.
Going out. Gotcha.
Okay, so let's
not do that.
just do the very low.
Is there a senior discount, or is there only a, okay.
But it wouldn't be that if it was included in this tax, which is much more substantial, then the check would not be small. I mean, for the sidewalk tax, it's like $30, but if you add this in, it becomes $200. And then you do it with, other property tax measures as they come along, and it starts to become substantial to a household that is between very low and low income. So it's just as by happenstance that the first measure it was included in is one of the smallest property tax we have.
Okay, well, let's decide what do we want to do here. We get consensus on,
I say very low.
you say,
Say continue,
Okay.
continue the quest.
I would say very low. Robin? Very low. John?
In the next iteration that we were to see this, will you be making assumptions on how many people would be exempt from by very low and low, and so that we would understand, like, there's this game, right? If we're exempting some people and we're still trying to hit $2.5 million, I'll throw your number out there, then we, in essence, have to be raising the rate a little bit higher because
That's already taken into account in the model you see and would be going forward as well.
for both the very low and the low.
This one showed the, for example, on the 3 million, the tax would be structured to bring in 3,082,000, so that when we rebated back the 82, we'd be at the 3. So we would continue that analysis.
We need to move to extend.
Yeah, let's hold on. Let's get through this one little piece.
Yeah, I mean, I would be interested to understand how much of an impact continuing to keep low in the equation would be, because I understand $30 checks or $15 checks makes very little sense in terms of the amount of cost, staff, and literally just all the process. But again, if we were to include this in other taxes, and we were to do the rebate all at once, it would be a more substantial amount of money. Frankly, in the Bay Area, low and very low are the people that need every dollar.
So could you bring us that back when you do all your other magic? Or do you really need a solid answer?
No, we can bring it back.
Okay, so on this one, you have what you need, give or take. Perfect. Okay, Jen, you're on.
How much time do you think we're going to need for this last one? Are we going to do any updates?
No, we're just going to do this last one. So let's go.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Should we move to extend to 11:20?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
11:20.
Second.
Just doing 10-1. Not quite. So we need a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yep.
Councilmember Mickey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero? Mayor McQuaid?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, that brings us to 10-1. Increase to real property transfer tax. We got yet another staff report.
You may. So you have the report in front of you. This one you've seen twice before, so it is not nearly as complex to run through. The real question is what revenue target and how steep a tiering system is the council interested in pursuing. This is a very volatile revenue source. No matter what we say the potential revenue is, please take that with a grain of salt, because what we've seen this year is that there's already been a change in the real estate market. And so I don't want to raise expectations above and beyond. So look at those numbers, take them with a definite grain of salt. But understanding the approximate target and how steep you want that tiering, those are the goals for this evening. Thank you.
Can I just jump in here with something just to let everybody.
A question? Sorry.
Not a question.
Okay, we need to open to public comment. Sorry. I have no questions.
Let's start with questions. Okay. Questions? Questions? Okay. Public comment?
No public comment.
Okay. Comments from council?
Okay, here we go.
No.
Just being in the profession that I'm in and seeing what's going on with the home prices in Albany, we have definitely been breaching that 2 million mark more and more than we have seen it in the past. We are one of the more expensive cities when it comes to the city transfer tax, which does hold some people back, but maybe not others. We are becoming more and more a certain level of pricing. So I just want to be cognizant of that when we're looking at these numbers and where, I mean, this has changed just from the last time that we saw this. We were more of the 1.5, 1.7, but now we're really jumping into that 2 mark. And it can make a really huge difference on somebody actually getting into a house, just so you know.
And that was, I mean, I know the quartiles are where the quartiles fall, but that was my general feeling last time we saw this, is that we were going to be pushing close to 2 quickly.
So do you have a recommendation?
That maybe we up our limits where originally we were looking at benchmarks. Because I think we were at, saying anything above 1.5. Now I'm kind of thinking anything above 2 or something. I mean, I also don't know how much more expensive this can get.
I think the options are based on quartiles. So if a quarter of the properties are selling for more than 2 million, then I mean, whatever that break is, it's going to move with, and that's the advantage of setting it based on quartiles rather than hardwiring it. So for that reason, I'm not as concerned, because it's going to move as the market moves. In terms of the options, I'm in favor of option 1, which is the 10, 15, 20, 25. So that provides, maximum relief to, say, people that want to buy a condominium relative to our current taxes, which are those are the people getting in the households getting in the market that I really want to support the most, because probably have the least income.
I think this is probably something that's not going to happen, because I've brought it up a couple times, but I will bring it up again. We have talked about the quartiles, and I understand why we're using the quartiles, going with the quartiles, but the quartiles are, again, looking back, can't remember, we decided something on a rolling average, right? So it's not the latest set of numbers, it's the last year or something, if I remember correctly, we were saying it should span over its span. But that means it's very delayed, and so I had always hoped that there was kind of like a LA thing where we just have this, maybe it's like what's smaller than a quartile, an eighth, right? The top eighth, right? That there is just a number up there that just says whack-a-mole. Like if you start going that high, because if my problem is looking back means that any incentive to try and keep the prices more slower paced and increasing, there's no incentive because it doesn't hit you until 3 years later. The average has gotten to the point where that quartile has moved to $2 million. When today it's already at, well, maybe it's not, but I'm going to say it's at 2 million already today. But our math says that it won't hit 2 for a while. And that's why I've always pushed for, like, we should just have something that's up there. I don't know if it's the top, top 8, top 16th, whatever it is, but just some number that just says, hey, if you go over this number, like, it's a different ball game. But I'll just throw that out there.
So would that be a fixed number? Because then how would it change?
No,
Would it be like a decile or something? Top
I don't know.
decile?
When they do quartiles, can't they also say what's
Yeah, they do deciles.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what the term is.
Oh, yeah, that's like quartiles, but divide by 10 instead of 4.
Yeah. So I'll just throw out there, and again, we can also stick with quartiles, but just understand that it's a slow rolling average. So I will say I'm also in favor of option 1.
I'm also in favor of option.
But would you want to add another step? Would that solve the problem of?
I would love, but I also recognize that it's a big ask. I would love it also to be like LA, where the differential is actually going to a fund that is supporting affordable housing in some way. But but I got that reaction last time, so so note that I said I would like. I didn't say I was offering up, but that we would do that.
Yeah, but that can go in our right in our strategic plan for another year down the road. But let's go back to the. I know you can't have a 5th quartile because quartile means 4. But would you want to have
whatever the term is that
one more step?
You could make it the top decile. You could divide it in quintiles. I mean, you can divide it
quintile.
any way you want. But then what would be the rate on that top? Rate schedule.
I mean, it could literally just jump to, if we follow the $5 rule, it could just be $30 a square foot or something, right?
Okay.
But it is.
So would the break point between 20 and 25 or 2%, 2.5% come down? It would be lower than the 3rd quartile?
No, I was just thinking that one is going to be, so if each quartile is jumping by 5, we'd still jump by 5, but it's just, right. It's an 1/8 or whatever it is.
Right, so generate even more revenue, essentially.
But there's also going to be fewer of those.
Right, but
my hope is that encourages people not
to be in the top decile.
Wow. I mean, again, LA's not a great example because the difference between like they were hitting 5 million for a house, right? And so and I can't remember where their other number, I think it was like 1.5 and then it was 5, right? So it was like when you hit 5, they were saying you've got a lot of room between 1.5 and 5, but when you hit 5, like you've got essentially a special tax that's applied to you.
Right, and they were doing kind of some market engineering because the rate was much higher.
Yeah.
So didn't they all of a sudden have a lot of properties that were like changing hands
for $4.9 million?
Yeah, $4.9999, $1 million.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
But at some point it just slows down the craziness. And the reason why I have not pushed it, and I did not necessarily say that we should do it, is like I don't know how effective it would be in a small town like us. And I don't know where that top 1/8 is.
Right.
I don't know what that number is, right? So like, is that 2.2 million? And so like, it's actually not that helpful. I don't know. So.
Well, since we don't seem to know, let's move on.
So I said, I was
Okay,
good with option 1.
It sounds like you're pretty much in favor of option 1. Are you fine with that?
Yes, option 1.
Yay. Okay, so we're done with that one? Oh, we've still got 9 minutes. What should we talk about? That's the last thing, right?
That's the last thing we extended the meeting for. So.
Yeah, we'd have to change the motion if we wanted to keep going.
No, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
Can I make a motion we adjourn then?
But
I think
as we adjourn, I do think it's appropriate that we do adjourn with a moment of silence for the victims of the shooting today in San Diego and for all victims of violence. And with that, we are adjourned.